Greetings, Earthlings! My name's Yuki Koyuki, and welcome to the first inaugural meeting of the Nostalgia Book Club! Welcome! Welcome, everyone! So, I've had this idea for a while where we're going to be going through a nostalgic book series. So I know we talked about this in one of my streams like ages ago. Kotaro, how you doing? Good to see you. Hi Foxelforth, hi Heave, hi Jax, hi everyone. Glad to see you, glad to know you. Hello Ayumi Kurumi, Rinchan! Hey guys, guess who's back? Guess who's back and full of content? Full of contents. Okay, so, Nostalgia Book Club. I got my book here. I'm new to the channel. Welcome, welcome. Glad to have you. Very glad to have you. Where's the pillow? Oh, I don't have my, my hat box loaded. Let me get that loaded for you. There it is. There's my Mountain Dew. Here, you guys can hold my Mountain Dew for me. And here's my body pillow, if you want to steal my body pillow. Oh, but yeah, welcome, welcome. Here's all my toys. Oh, also, I don't know if you noticed this. That's not what I wanted to do. Oh, yoink. Okay, you got it just to take it away from me. Okay, there you go. Jax, this is yours. Thank you. Thank you for taking care of her. I'll get her back after the stream. Anyway, I don't know if you guys noticed. I forgot to get schoolgirl fit. Schoolgirl fit. Move my book. Yes, I have a new outfit. I made a new outfit specifically for this. This is my Seifuku outfit. Do you guys like it? Do you guys like it? Is it cute? Am I cute? I just got back from the gym. I just got off work. Like, I literally got off work, like, I got home, like, 20 minutes ago. And I, like, just got settled in. So, like, first thing I did as soon as I got home was I had a bowl of cereal. And then I sat down and got ready to stream. Your outfit is cute. Thank you. Thank you. I might do a poll coming up soon where you guys decide on what the next outfit's going to be. So that's exciting. You guys can get excited for that. Yeah, because I know I've shown off a lot of different outfits, and there's a lot that I've got to show off. But yeah. Okay. Did you steal an outfit from a Sailor Scout? It's just like a generic, sailor uniform, I think. So, I still remember the classic Yuki. Oh man, I don't have the toggle on this one, so I can go back to my classic tank top. But, yeah, I do have a classic, I have a reference to my classic outfit in my most recent model. But yeah. It's totally good to see everyone. I can't believe it's been 3 years. I've been like making content for almost 4. I think it's gonna be 4 or 5 in November. I'm gonna have to double check, but my streaming anniversary is in November. Yeah. But yeah. Okay, so I'm really excited about what we're doing today. We are having the first inaugural meeting of the Nostalgia Book Club. And you see I got my little book out. I'm ready to read. I got all my reading stuff ready. So I'm still a fan after this long. I appreciate each and every one of you. I appreciate you. You're all the best and I love you. So Today is the first inaugural meeting of the Nostalgia Book Club. What Nostalgia Book Club is I'm gonna be reading a nostalgic book from, like, my childhood, your childhood, hopefully, something that's familiar. I'm talking like old school scholastic stuff, stuff like that. Children's literature that I'm going to be reading, and I'm going to periodically be pausing to give my thoughts about it. And the reason why I'm doing this is I want to do a big retrospective video on these classic nostalgic book series. So I want to do a video that's like, I read every single Goosebumps book. I want to do a video that's, I read every single Wayside School book, so you don't have to. Or like a deep dive into Wayside School. Because there's a Wayside School cartoon series that we're going to be doing a watch-along for, in addition to doing these Nostalgia Book Club read-alongs. So yeah, it's going to be some like long-form content for you guys to look forward to, in addition to doing the streams. The reason why I want to do them on stream is so that I can come back and re-listen to my thoughts when I'm writing the script for the deep dive video. So I hope you guys are looking forward to that. Most of those childhood books I remember reading were from school. Yeah, exactly. Like, we're doing like schoolyard Yuki stuff here. Hence the, Japanese schoolgirl uniform. I figured if we're gonna be doing, school stuff, I might as well have an outfit to match. But yeah. So today's episode of Nostalgia Book Club, today's meeting is... The only childhood book I read in school that wasn't a textbook was the Bible. You poor thing. Like, genuinely, you poor thing. Are you okay? Do you want to talk about it? You good? God. But yeah. So today we're reading, Sideways Stories from Wayside School. This is the first book that kicked off the Wayside School franchise. And Wayside School is a series of, short children's literature. It's a collection of short stories in this same shared universe, that is about these kids going to this school called Wayside, which is a elementary school, a primary school, where, it's just a little wacky and it's a little sideways, hence the name. I read this book as a spore and I really enjoyed it. And the reason why I picked this, so the first deep dive that we're going to be doing is going to be the Wayside franchise. So I'm going to be reading every single Wayside School book. I'm going to be watching every episode of the Wayside cartoon. I'm going to be researching any other associated Wayside School media, meaning like the tie-in books, any like after school specials, things like that. That's what this whole franchise deep dive is going to be about. And we are starting our franchise deep dive with this book right here. This is the very first book. It is written by Louis Sacker. He also wrote Holes, which I'm sure some of you are familiar with. It's a very famous children's novel. I actually read Holes, because Holes is probably his most popular book. I read Holes in like an evening, because I'd never read it before, and when I was like deciding what I wanted to do for our first deep dive, I was just like Googling things and Holes came up, so I read it. And that's what got me to decide to do the Wayside franchise as our first Nostalgia Book Club. Yeah. I only remember the cartoon of Wayside. Yeah, I mean, I remember the books. I didn't even know there was a cartoon. Until I started doing research into what I wanted to do a deep dive on. So that's really interesting. I did not know that this was a whole franchise. I've also learned that there was a live action after school special in the 80s, because this book in particular that we're reading today is from 1978. So this book is really retro. It's vintage. This is a vintage book. Yeah. I read Holes too, but it was on my own time. Also, it had some Christian themes, so it was allowed. Oof. Oof. Something's telling me you did not have a great school experience, Ghost. Don't worry, we're gonna have a good school experience today. I'm gonna give you the school nostalgia you never got to have. I read Holes back in middle school and saw the movie. Ooh, the Holes movie would be a good movie night movie. I don't know if we can do a watch-along stream of it, but that would be a good movie night movie. Yeah, that's good. I like that. Yeah. So yeah, this is what we've got so far, and I don't have a physical copy, but I checked out an ebook from my local library, so I'm gonna be reading from the ebook. Support your local library. Nostalgia Book Club would not happen without the Alienville local library. So everyone say thank you, Alienville local library. I am very grateful to have a robust library in my area, and I am able to, if they don't have it, they can order it for me, or they can get me an ebook of it. So even like vintage stuff, I can get a hold of it if I really want to. So everyone please support your local library. But yeah, I have an ebook from my local library that I'm going to be reading off of. And without further ado, let's just get into Sideways Stories from Wayside School. And if I get copyright bonked, I get copyright bonked. But I don't care because literally other people on YouTube are doing this and they haven't gotten copyright bonked. So if I specifically get copyright bonked, then I'm going to eat this. I'm going to eat this ebook. I'm going to print out every single page of this ebook. I'm going to throw it off of a bridge onto the highway. Then I'm going to jump down onto the highway and I'm going to start eating the pages like Pac-Man. That's what's going to happen if I get copyright bonked. So if I get copyright bonked, just know YouTube, that's on your conscience. Me turning into Pac-Man in my local freeway is on your conscience. Do you understand that? Okay? Yes? Let's go. Sideways Stories from Wayside School by Lewis Sacker. Introduction. This book contains 30 stories about the children and teachers at Wayside School. But before we get to them, there's something you ought to know so that you don't get confused. Wayside School was accidentally built sideways. It was supposed to be only 1 story high, with 30 classrooms all in a row. Instead, it is 30 stories high, with 1 classroom on each story. The builder said he was very sorry. The children at Wayside like having a sideways school. They have an extra large playground. The children and teachers described in this book all go to class on the top floor. So there are 30 stories from the 30th story of Wayside School. It has been said that these stories are strange and silly. That's probably true. However, when I told stories about you to the children at Wayside, they thought you were strange and silly. That is probably also true. That's the introduction. That's the elevator pitch. And here we go with chapter 1 of Sideways Stories from Wayside School. Mrs. Gorf. Mrs. Gorf had a long tongue and pointed ears. She was the meanest teacher in Wayside School. She taught the class on the 30th story. "If you children are bad," she warned, "or if you answer a problem wrong, I'll wiggle my ears, stick out my tongue, and turn you into apples." Mrs. Gorf didn't like children, but she loved apples. Joe couldn't add. He couldn't even count. But he knew that if he answered a problem wrong, he would be turned into an apple. So he copied from John. He didn't like to cheat, but Mrs. Gorf had never taught him how to add. One day, Mrs. Gorf caught Joe copying John's paper. She wiggled her ears, first her right one, then her left, stuck out her tongue, and turned Joe into an apple. Then she turned John into an apple for letting Joe cheat. Be strange and silly. I guess she's really desperate to keep the doctors away, huh? Mrs. Gorf is one of these iconic characters. She's gonna come back in a later book, if I remember correctly. "Hey, that isn't fair," said Todd. "John was only trying to help a friend." Mrs. Gorf wiggled her ears, first her right one, then her left, stuck out her tongue, and turned Todd into an apple. "Does anybody else have an opinion?" she asked. Nobody said a word. Mrs. Gorf laughed and placed the 3 apples on her desk. Stephen started to cry. He couldn't help it. He was scared. "I do not allow crying in the classroom," said Mrs. Gorf. She wiggled her ears, first her right one, then her left, stuck out her tongue, and turned Stephen into an apple. For the rest of the day, the children were absolutely quiet, and when they went home, they were too scared to even talk to their parents. But Joe, John, Todd, and Stephen couldn't go home. Mrs. Gorf just left them on her desk. They were able to talk to each other, but they didn't have much to say. Their parents were very worried. They didn't know where their children were. Nobody seemed to know. You've heard of Todd in the shadows. Now get ready for Todd in the produce section. The next day, Kathy was late for school. As soon as she walked in, Mrs. Gorf turned her into an apple. Paul sneezed during class. He was turned into an apple. Nancy said, "God bless you," when Paul sneezed. Mrs. Gorf wiggled her ears, first her right one, then her left, stuck out her tongue, and turned Nancy into an apple. Terrence fell out of his chair. He was turned into an apple. Mauricia tried to run away. She was halfway to the door when Mrs. Gorf's right ear began to wiggle. When she reached the door, Mrs. Gorf's left ear wiggled. Mauricia opened the door and had one foot outside when Mrs. Gorf stuck out her tongue. Mauricia became an apple. Mrs. Gorf picked up the apple from the floor and put it on her desk with the others. Then a funny thing happened. Mrs. Gorf turned around and fell over a piece of chalk. The 3 Erics laughed. They were turned into apples. Mrs. Gorf had a dozen apples on her desk. Joe, John, Todd, Stephen, Kathy, Paul, Nancy, Terrence, Mauricia, and the 3 Erics. Eric Fry, Eric Bacon, and Eric Ovens. Lewis, the yard teacher, walked into the classroom. He had missed the children at recess. He had heard that Mrs. Gorf was a mean teacher, so he came up to investigate. He saw the 12 apples on Mrs. Gorf's desk. "I must be wrong," he thought. "She must be a good teacher if so many children bring her apples," and he walked back down to the playground. The next day, a dozen more children were turned into apples. Lewis, the yard teacher, came back into the room. He saw 24 apples on Mrs. Gorf's desk. There were only 3 children left in the class. "She must be the best teacher in the world," he thought. By the end of the week, all of the children were apples. Mrs. Gorf was very happy. "Now I can go home," she said. "I don't have to teach anymore. I won't have to walk up 30 flights of stairs ever again." "You're not going anywhere!" shouted Todd. He jumped off the desk and bomped Mrs. Gorf on the nose. The rest of the apples followed. Mrs. Gorf fell on the floor. The apples jumped all over her. "Stop!" she shouted, "or I'll turn you into applesauce." But the apples didn't stop, and Mrs. Gorf could do nothing about it. "Turn us back into children," Todd demanded. Mrs. Gorf had no choice. She stuck out her tongue, wiggled her ears, this time her left one first, then her right, and turned the apples back into children. "All right," said Mauricia. "Let's go get Lewis. He'll know what to do." "No!" screamed Mrs. Gorf. "I'll turn you back into apples." She wiggled her ears, first her right one, then her left, and stuck out her tongue. But Jenny held up a mirror, and Mrs. Gorf turned herself into an apple. The children didn't know what to do. They didn't have a teacher. Even though Mrs. Gorf was mean, they didn't think it was right to leave her as an apple. But none of them knew how to wiggle their ears. Lewis, the yard teacher, walked in. "Where's Mrs. Gorf?" he asked. Nobody said a word. "Boy, am I hungry," said Lewis. "I don't think Mrs. Gorf would mind if I ate this apple after all. She has so many." He picked up the apple, which was really Mrs. Gorf, shined it up on his shirt, and ate it. Womp womp, now you rotten fruit. That's the first chapter. That's the vibe. This is the entire vibe. This is the entire vibe of the book. Something kind of silly, kind of fantastical happens. He ate her. Yes, he ate her. He ate Mrs. Gorf. She turned herself into an apple and he ate her. Yeah. Also, I'm pretty sure it's canon that Lewis, the yard teacher, is supposed to be a self-insert for the author. I'm pretty sure, like, I'm 90% sure that's true. I'm gonna have to do more research to actually, like, make sure that that's kosher, like, sign off on that. But I'm pretty sure, at least I always thought that was true. Is this a horror novel? You know, there's a really interesting thing where things that are fantastical for children, if you think about them for longer than 2 seconds as an adult, are body horror. Yeah. Yeah. And that's kind of the vibe. We should do the original Little Mermaid sometime too. Yeah, that sounds like fun. Like old fairy tales and stuff. That would be a perfect nostalgia book club episode. The club chair has heard your suggestion and has notated it down in the minutes. All right. We'd be laughing about this as kids and be flabbergasted as adults. Yeah, honestly. All right. Chapter 2, Mrs. Jules. Mrs. Jules had a terribly nice face. She stood at the bottom of Wayside School and looked up. She was supposed to teach the class on the 30th story. The children on the 30th story were scared. They had never told anybody what had happened to Mrs. Gorf. They hadn't had a teacher for 3 days. They were afraid of what their new teacher would be like. They'd heard she'd be a terribly nice teacher. They'd never had a nice teacher. They were terribly afraid of nice teachers. Mrs. Jules walked up the winding, creaking staircase to the 30th story. She was also afraid. She was afraid of the children. She had heard there would be horribly cute children. She had never taught cute children. She was horribly afraid of cute children. She opened the door to the classroom. She was terribly nice. The children could tell just by looking at her. Mrs. Jules looked at the children. They were horribly cute. In fact, they were much too cute to be children. "I don't believe it," said Mrs. Jules. "It's a room full of monkeys." The children looked at each other. They didn't see any monkeys. "This is ridiculous," said Mrs. Jules. "Just ridiculous. I walked all the way up 30 flights of stairs for nothing but a class of monkeys. What do they think I am? I'm a teacher, not a zookeeper." The children looked at her. They didn't know what to say. Todd scratched his head. "Oh, I'm sorry," said Mrs. Jules. "Please don't get me wrong. I have nothing against monkeys. It's just that I was expecting children. I like monkeys. I really do. Why, I'm sure we can play all kinds of monkey games." "What are you talking about?" asked Todd. Mrs. Jules nearly fell off her chair. "Well, what do you know? A talking monkey. Tomorrow I'll bring you a banana." "My name is Todd," said Todd. The children were flabbergasted. They all raised their hands. "I'm sorry," said Mrs. Jules, "but I don't have enough bananas for all of you. I didn't expect this. Next week I'll bring in a whole bushel." Did bro call them monkeys? Miss Jules is giving racist. Is this racism? Oh, 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 oh. Oh my god. This was written in 1978. I want you guys all to remember that. It is a product of its time. But you're right, this is a little sus. Especially if any of these, like, okay. Here's the thing. Back in, like, the way back in vintage times, how do I word this? How do I word this without being, like, super canceled? There was the assumption that everyone was white. You know what I mean? So, like, if none of these kids were, like, assumed to have any kind of ethnic diversity. Which I think is what makes this not racist in that way, but still racist on, like, an institutional thing. Because this is extremely racist if any of these children are children of color. But because there was this assumption that none of these kids, because it was so whitewashed, then it's not racist in that way, it's racist institutionally. You know what I mean? Do you get what I'm saying? Like, the whitewashing is still a racism. The whitewashing is still a racism. Everyone being assumed to be white is still a racism. It's a form of racism. But it's not racist in the way that our gut feeling is thinking it is. Does that make sense? Yeah, literally 1978. Yeah. Mrs. Jules is just dumb. Yes, definitely. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, but yeah. Hold on, let me finish. I promise. I promise. I promise she stops thinking they're monkeys here in a minute. I don't want a banana, said Calvin. I'm not a monkey. Would you like a peanut? Asked Mrs. Jules. I think I might have a bag of peanuts in my purse. Wait a second. Yes, here it is. Thanks, said Calvin. Calvin liked peanuts. Allison stood up. I'm not a monkey, she said. I'm a girl. My name is Allison, and so is everybody else. Mrs. Jules was shocked. Do you mean to tell me that every monkey in here is named Allison? No, said Jenny. She means we're all children. My name is Jenny. No, said Mrs. Jules. You're much too cute to be children. Jason raised his hand. Yes, said Mrs. Jules. The chimpanzee in the red shirt. My name is Jason, said Jason, and I'm not a chimpanzee. You're far too small to be a gorilla, said Mrs. Jules. I'm a boy, said Jason. You're not a monkey? Asked Mrs. Jules. No, said Jason. And the rest of the class? They're not monkeys either? Asked Mrs. Jules. No, said Allison. That is what we've been trying to tell you. Are you sure? Asked Mrs. Jules. We'd know if we were monkeys, wouldn't we? Asked Calvin. I don't know, said Mrs. Jules. Do monkeys know that they are monkeys? I don't know, said Allison. I'm not a monkey. No, I suppose you're not, said Mrs. Jules. Okay, in that case we have a lot of work to do. Reading, writing, subtraction, addition, spelling. Everyone take out a piece of paper. We'll have a test now. Jason tapped Todd on the shoulder. Do you want to know something? I liked it better when she thought we were monkeys. I know, said Todd. I guess now it means she won't bring me a banana. There will be no talking in class, said Mrs. Jules. She wrote Todd's name on the blackboard under the word discipline. Day one test when we just met is crazy. Yeah. Do you know that you're a teacher, Mrs. Jules? Are teachers in this book witches? I think that Mrs. Gorf is magic because she was able to turn them into apples, but I don't think that anyone anyone is like explicitly like a wizard or a witch or magic in that way. It's just that fantastical things happen. Yeah. Day one test when we just met. I would be rioting. I would be rioting. Alright. We're on to chapter 3. But yeah, no, like, you guys help, I broke up with Miss Frizzle and now she's threatening to shrink and live inside me. Yeah, that's kind of the vibe. That's kind of the vibe. Like, fantastical things happen, but it's not explicitly magic, but it's not explicitly science, it's just fantastical. You know? I mean, I guess the magic school bus is called the magic school bus. But yeah. Alright. We are on to chapter 3. Chapter 3. Joe. Joe had curly hair, but he didn't know how much hair he had. Right on the ambiguously fantastical school bus. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? 'Cause, like, you're not supposed to ask, oh, how does it work? Is Miss Frizzle a witch? No, it's just magic. It's just ambiguously fantastical. I'm gonna keep saying that. Because it's just supposed to be silly. You're not supposed to think that hard. It's just supposed to be fantastical. For children. Chapter 3. Joe. Joe had curly hair, but he didn't know how much hair he had. He couldn't count that high. In fact, he couldn't count at all. When all of the other children went to recess, Mrs. Jewls told Joe to wait inside. Joe, she said, how much hair do you have? Joe shrugged his shoulders. A lot, he answered. But how much, Joe? Asked Mrs. Jewls. Enough to cover my head, Joe answered. Joe, you are going to have to learn how to count, said Mrs. Jewls. But Mrs. Jewls, I already know how to count, said Joe. Let me go to recess. First count to 10, said Mrs. Jewls. Joe counted to 10. 6, 8, 12, 1, 5, 2, 7, 11, 3, 10. No, Joe, that is wrong, said Mrs. Jewls. No, it isn't, said Joe. I counted until I got to 10. But you were wrong, said Mrs. Jewls. I'll prove it to you. She put 5 pencils on his desk. How many pencils do we have here, Joe? Joe counted the pencils. 4, 6, 1, 9, 5. There are 5 pencils, Mrs. Jewls. That's wrong, said Mrs. Jewls. How many pencils are there? Joe asked. 5, said Mrs. Jewls. That's what I said Joe. May I go to recess now? No, you got the right answer, but you counted the wrong way, said Mrs. Jewls. You were just lucky. She set 8 potatoes on his desk. How many potatoes, Joe? Joe counted the potatoes. 7, 5, 3, 1, 2, 4, 6, 8. There are 8 potatoes, Mrs. Jewls. No, there are 8, said Mrs. Jewls. But that's what I said Joe. May I go to recess now? No, you got the right answer, but you counted the wrong way again. She put 3 books on his desk. Count the books, Joe. Joe counted the books. 1,000, 1,000,000, 3. 3, Mrs. Jewls. Correct, said Mrs. Jewls. May I go to recess now? Joe asked. No, said Mrs. Jewls. May I have a potato? Asked Joe. No, listen to me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, said Mrs. Jewls. Now you say it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, said Joe. Very good, said Mrs. Jewls. She put 6 erasers on his desk. Now count the erasers, Joe, just the way I showed you. Joe counted the erasers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There are 10, Mrs. Jules. No, said Mrs. Jules. Didn't I count right? Asked Joe. Yes, you counted right, but you got the wrong answer, said Mrs. Jules. This doesn't make any sense, said Joe. When I count the wrong way, I get the right answer. When I count right, I get the wrong answer. Mrs. Jules hit her head against the wall 5 times. How many times did I hit my head against the wall? She asked. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You hit your head against the wall 10 times, said Joe. No, said Mrs. Jules. 4, 6, 1, 9, 5. You hit your head 5 times, said Joe. Mrs. Jules shook her head no and said, yes, that's right. The bell rang and all the other children came back from recess. The fresh air had made them very excited and they were laughing and shouting. Oh, darn, said Joe. Now I missed recess. Hey, Joe, where were you? Asked John. You missed a great game of kickball. I kicked a home run, said Todd. What was wrong with you, Joe? Asked Joy. Nothing, said Joe. Mrs. Jules was just trying to teach me how to count. Joy laughed. You mean you don't know how to count? Counting is easy, said Mauricia. Now, said Mrs. Jules. What's easy for you may not be easy for Joe, and what's easy for Joe may not be easy for you. Nothing's easy for Joe, said Mauricia. He's stupid. I can beat you up, said Joe. Try it, said Mauricia. That will be enough of that, said Mrs. Jules. She wrote Mauricia's name on the blackboard under the word discipline. Joe put his head on his desk between the 8 potatoes and the 6 erasers. Don't feel bad, Joe, said Mrs. Jules. I just don't get it, said Joe. I'll never learn how to count. Sure you will, Joe, said Mrs. Jules. One day it will just come to you. You'll wake up one morning and suddenly be able to count. Joe asked, if all I have to do is wake up, what am I going to school for? School just speeds things up, said Mrs. Jules. Without school, it might take another 70 years before you wake up and are able to count. By that time, I might have no hair left on top of my head to count, said Joe. Exactly, said Mrs. Jules. That is why you go to school. When Joe woke up the next day, he knew how to count. He had 55,006 hairs on his head. They were all curly. But he can't count 1,000, a million. That's crazy. Is it me, or is Todd getting treated poorly in the book series rather than the cartoon series? I think it's like a running gag. It's a running joke that Todd always gets in trouble for things that the other kids do. If I'm remembering correctly. Low-key, it feels like Goosebumps plagiarized this style a little bit. It's kind of like a very simplistic, here's this, here's what happens next, kind of writing style. So it's very simplistic. And yeah, I think that like this first book is specifically introducing you to each one of the children in the book. Like, you'll see that each one of these kids has a unique feature about them. Like, Joe's whole adventure was he didn't know how to count. The next chapter is titled Shari. So it's going to be about Shari, who's our next character, and she's going to have a thing that's all about her. And then the next chapter is about Todd. Which I think we'll get more of the Todd running gag in that chapter. So we're going to learn about each of the kids through the course of this book. And then in the future books, we're going to get to have like we're gonna build on what everyone's doing, what everyone's vibe is, if that makes sense. So, yeah. Todd, the class punching bag. If it wasn't for him taking the hits, we would all fight each other. I mean, in such a wacky school, that's gonna have to do it. Alright. Chapter 4. Shari. Shari had long eyelashes. She weighed only 49 pounds. She always wore a big red and blue overcoat with a hood. The overcoat weighed 35 pounds. The red part weighed 15 pounds, the blue part weighed 15 pounds, and the hood weighed 5 pounds. Her eyelashes weighed 1.5 pounds. Imagine 1.5 pounds of eyelashes. That's 3/4 of a pound on each eye. Imagine blinking with that. Like, Mr. Sacker, did you like, this is what I'm talking about. Vaguely fantastical, ambiguously fantastical, but if you think about it, that's body horror. That's like a whole sandwich worth of eyelashes. It really is. She sat next to the window in Mrs. Jewell's class. She spent a lot of time just staring out the window. Mrs. Jewell didn't mind. Mrs. Jewell said that a lot of people learn best when they stare out a window. Shari often fell asleep in class. Mrs. Jewell didn't mind that either. She said that a lot of people do their best learning when they are asleep. Shari spent all of her time either looking out the window or sleeping. Mrs. Jewell thought that she was the best student in the class. One afternoon, it was very hot. All of the windows were open, yet Shari still wore her red and blue overcoat. The heat made her very tired. Mrs. Jewell was teaching arithmetic. Shari pulled the hood up over her face, buried herself in the coat, and went to sleep. "Mrs. Jewell," said Kathy, "Shari is asleep." "That's good," said Mrs. Jewell. "She must be learning something." Mrs. Jewell continued with the lesson. Shari began to snore. "Mrs. Jewell, Shari is snoring," said Kathy. "Yes, I can hear her," said Mrs. Jewell. "She must be learning an awful lot today. I wish the rest of you could be like her." Shari began to toss and turn. She flopped over the top of her desk and then rolled over on top of Kathy's desk. Then she rolled back the other way. Kathy screamed. Shari rolled out of the window. She was still sound asleep. As you know, Mrs. Jewell's class was on the 30th story of Wayside School, so Shari had a long way to go. After she had fallen 10 stories, Shari woke up. She looked around. She was confused. She wasn't in Mrs. Jewell's class, and she wasn't at home in bed. She couldn't figure out where she was. She yawned, pulled the hood back over her eyes, and went back to sleep. By that time, she had fallen another 10 stories. Mrs. Jewell's just here for a paycheck, low-key. They probably paid teachers more in the 70s. "I'm late. Hi, I'm Lagu." She blows away all the papers in the room when she blinks. Yeah, basically. When she's not falling out of windows. God. Did they eat Mrs. Gorf already? Yes, they did eat Mrs. Gorf already. It was Lewis who ate Mrs. Gorf, the author insert. The author insert ate his own villain. Wayside School had an exceptionally large playground. Lewis, the yard teacher, was way over on the other side of it when he happened to see Shari fall out of the window. He ducked under the volleyball net, hurtled past the kickball field, hopped over the hopscotch court, climbed through the monkey bars, sped across the grass, and caught Shari just before she hit the ground. The people in Mrs. Jewell's class cheered. Shari woke up in Lewis's arms. "Darn it, Lewis," she said. "What'd you go and wake me up for?" "I'm sorry, Shari," said Lewis. I'm sorry, Shari repeated. "Is that all you can say? I was having a wonderful dream until you woke me up. You're always bothering me, Lewis. I can't stand it." She laughed and hugged him around the neck. Lewis carried her back up 30 flights of stairs to Mrs. Jewell's room. That evening, when Shari went to bed, she was unable to fall asleep. She just wasn't tired. Her name, Gorf. Her crime, several counts of vor. Buddy, you wouldn't have had any more dreams if he didn't catch you. Yeah, basically. Did I miss the elevator one? I don't know if the elevator one's in this book. I think this book is just establishing all the characters. But yeah, chapter 5, Todd, is our next chapter. They paid teachers the same economy, was just infinitely better. Honestly, yeah. Like, from what I know of this planet, yeah. Also, Amagu, look. I have a new outfit. Isn't it cute? I'm a little schoolgirl to match that we're doing school stuff. I think they made a cartoon at one point. Yeah, I talked about how I'm gonna do a deep dive into the cartoon when I do a full deep dive into this franchise. Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's why we're reading this book for Nostalgia Book Club, so that we can get started on our deep dive, basically. I'm gonna do a full deep dive video on this franchise. I'd smash in a completely platonic way. Who? Me? Thank you. I'm adorable, I know. Seriously, they need to make a horror movie out of Wayside. This summer, Wayside School gets a little scarier. Scary stories from Wayside School. For Halloween, we need to do like scary stories to tell in the dark for Nostalgia Book Club. Mrs. Jules can get it too. Gotta get my kids' grades up. I would fall in love in a completely platonic way. Kiss, kiss, fall in love. Da, 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 da. I love how the whole basis for this was they literally just had the building schematics in a different fucking direction. Yeah. That's the whole lore. The builder said that he had the building schematic sideways. And that's how we... You need to cosplay Mrs. Jules for Halloween? Oh my god. What would I look like? Just a generic 70s teacher? Like, imagine if they did this to a house. Sideways ranch style house. Sideways McMansion. What was the budget of that school? Yeah, really? Oh shit, I've read this before. Have you really? You build one school with the axes flipped and suddenly you have teachers turning students into produce. Just a normal house, but it's sideways, like the baths still hold water and everything. There's like an upside down house in like Russia where like the whole gimmick is that like everything's built upside down. And you can like walk on the ceilings and everything. I thought that was kind of interesting. House of Flip. I've heard of flipping houses, but this is ridiculous. Yeah. Alright, we got chapter 5, Todd. We are, about 2/9 of the way through this book. Which is pretty good. We're clipping. Just gotta keep clipping. This is what house flipping leaves us with. The economy is in shambles. Alright, we're gonna get more of Foxhole Force's favorite running gag. Chapter 5, Todd. All of the children in Mrs. Jules' class, except Todd, were talking and carrying on. Todd was thinking. Todd always thought before he spoke. When he got his idea, his eyes lit up. Todd finished thinking and began to speak. Before he had said 2 words, Mrs. Jules called him. Todd, she said, you know better than to talk in class. You must learn to work quietly, like the other children. She wrote his name on the blackboard under the word discipline. Todd looked around in amazement. All of the other children, who had been talking and screaming and fighting only seconds earlier, were quietly working in their workbooks. Todd scratched his head. A child was given 3 chances in Mrs. Jules' class. The first time he did something wrong, Mrs. Jules wrote his name on the blackboard under the word discipline. The second time he did something wrong, she put a check next to his name. And the third time he did something wrong, she circled his name. Todd reached into his desk and pulled out his workbook. He'd only just started on it when he felt someone tap him on the shoulder. It was Joy. "What page are you on?" Joy asked. "Page 4, Todd whispered. "I'm on page 11, said Joy. Todd didn't say anything. He didn't want to get into trouble, so he just went back to work. 5 minutes later, Joy tapped him again. Todd ignored her, so Joy poked him in the back with her pencil. Todd pretended he didn't notice. Joy got up from her seat and sharpened her pencil. She came back and poked it in Todd's back. "What page are you on?" she asked. "Page 5, Todd answered. "Boy, are you dumb," said Joy. "I'm on page 29. "It isn't a race," Todd whispered. 5 minutes later, Joy pulled Todd's hair and didn't let go until he turned around. "What page are you on?" she demanded. "I'm on page 6, Todd answered as quietly as he could. "I'm on page 200, Joy shouted. Todd was very angry. "Will you please let me do my work and stop bothering me?" Mrs. Jules heard him. "Todd, what did I say about talking in class?" Todd scratched his head. Mrs. Jules put a check next to Todd's name on the blackboard under the word discipline. Todd really tried to be good. He knew that if he talked one more time, Mrs. Jules would circle his name. Then he'd have to go home early at 12 o'clock on the kindergarten bus, just as he had the day before and the day before that. In fact, there hadn't been a day since Mrs. Jules took over the class that she didn't send Todd home early. She said she did it for his own good. The other children went home at 2 o'clock. Todd wasn't really bad. He just always got caught. He really wanted to stay past 12 o'clock. He wanted to find out what the class did from 12 to 2. But it didn't look as though this was going to be his day. It was only 10:30, and he already had 2 strikes against him. He sealed his lips and went back to work. There was a knock on the door. Mrs. Jules opened it. 2 men stepped in, wearing masks and holding guns. "Give us all your money," they demanded. Do you see what I mean? About vaguely fantastical? Robbers on the 30th story of a school. This really was the 70s. It really was. This is just real nowadays. It really is. Yeah. Yeah. "Give us all your money," they demanded. Average American experience. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, this is pretty 1970s. I'm wondering if this book is still, like, recommended to kids in this day and age. Or if it's, like, a product of a bygone era. You know what I mean? Cue the police to show up and stand outside for an hour playing Candy Crush. Yeah, basically. Yeah. Yeah. "All I have is a nickel," said Mrs. Jules. "I have a dime," said Mauricia. "I have 13 cents, said Leslie. "I have 4 cents, said Damien. "What kind of a bank is this?" asked one of the robbers. "It's not a bank, it's a school," said Todd. "Can't you read?" "No," said the robbers. "Neither can I," said Todd. "Do you mean we walked all the way up 30 flights of stairs for nothing?" asked the robber. "Don't you have anything valuable?" Todd's eyes lit up. "We sure do," he said. "We have knowledge." He grabbed Joy's workbook and gave it to the robbers. "Knowledge is much more valuable than money." "Thanks, kid," said one of the robbers. "Maybe you'll give up being a criminal and become a scientist," said the other. They left the room without hurting anybody. "Now I don't have a workbook," complained Joy. Mrs. Jules gave her a new one. Joy had to start all the way back at the beginning. "Hey, Joy, what page are you on?" asked Todd. "Page 1, sighed Joy. I'm on page 8, laughed Todd triumphantly. Mrs. Jules heard him. She circled his name. Todd had 3 strikes against him. At 12 o'clock, he left the room to go home early on the kindergarten bus. But this time when he left, he was like a star baseball player leaving the field. All the children stood up, clapped their hands, and whistled. Todd scratched his head. I really hope that school doesn't exist in real life. Yeah. Like, he saved the whole class from a stick-up, and he still got in trouble for talking. That's pretty offensive. Most police prefer subway surfers. That's also true. Very sweaty, very heavy breathing robbers. Hands up! Any of you got any water? I have lint, said Patrick Starr. Then, like, the grotesque close-up on Patrick's belly button, so we can see that it's full of lint. Todd stops a school shooting and gets grounded. Just like Cool Cats. Do you guys know about that rabbit hole? Cool Cat stops a school shooting. Do you guys remember that? Wow, this book is realistic, isn't it? God. I'm so glad you got that reference. Oh, don't worry. I'm chronically online. God. Hello, welcome. So glad to have you. This is an English chat, unfortunately. I can't understand your messages. You could 1000% get Cool Cat to do something. Yeah. Oh my god, I probably could. If I tweeted at Cool Cat, I bet I could get Cool Cat to hop on as a VTuber. I bet I could collab with Cool Cats. I bet I have just enough clout to shitpost with Cool Cat. Oh my god. I love the time when Cool Cat denied climate change on his educational cartoon character accounts. God, now we're just talking about Cool Cats. Do you guys know who Cool Cat is? Do you guys know who Cool Cat is? Or are me and Umlagus just like yes-anding each other to up the wazoo? Zone would love to collab with you. I would love to collab with Zone. Like, that's like a dream collab, no lie. There he is. God. He does this shit all the time, dude. It's so funny. Cool Cat is canon anti-vaxxer and cartoon cat. I hate that. God, that's what happens when you let conservative chodes pretend they're saving the world through children's media. Remember that time a YouTuber, like, crowdfunded Cool Cat Stops a School Shooting? And, like, it was supposed to be just, like, an edgy prank, and then the movie never happened. And then when it did happen, the Cool Cat Stops a School Shooting movie was just, like, a clip show, basically. Yuki, Zone, and Merryweather all playing Splatoon together. Dream collab. Dream collab. One day. One day I'll be big enough that it can happen. Though I'm much more likely to collab with people in a different niche, but yeah. How does he not realize Cool Cat Stops a School Shooting is one of the most accidentally hilarious combinations of words in the English language? And Rin, we need a 4-top. Yep. We need a 4 team. We need a 4. Rin was here earlier. I don't know if you noticed. God. Okay, cool. Chapter 6. BB. BB was a girl with short brown hair, a little BB nose, totally tiny toes, and big brown eyes. Her full name was BB Gunn. I saw her, she's still amazing. Yay! Yeah, it was really good having Ren pop in. She was the fastest draw in Mrs. Jewls' class. She could draw a cat in less than 45 seconds, a dog in less than 30, and a flower in less than 8 seconds. But of course, BB never drew just one dog, or one cat, or one flower. Art was from 12:30 to 1:30. Why, in that time, she could draw 50 cats, 100 flowers, 20 dogs, and several eggs or watermelons. It took her the same amount of time to draw a watermelon as an egg. Calvin, is this another school shooting reference? Oh, she's drawing. She was the fastest draw. She was the fastest draw. Calvin sat next to BB. He didn't think he was very good at art. Why, it took him the whole period just to draw one airplane. So instead, he just helped BB. He was BB's assistant. As soon as BB would finish one masterpiece, Calvin would take it from her and set down a clean sheet of paper. Whenever her crayon ran low, Calvin was ready with a new crayon. That way, BB didn't have to waste any time. And in return, BB would draw 5 or 6 airplanes for Calvin. It was 12:30, time for art. BB was ready. On her desk was a sheet of yellow construction paper. In her hand was a green crayon. Calvin was ready. He held a stack of paper and a box of crayons. "Ready, BB," said Calvin. "Ready, Calvin," said BB. "Okay," said Mrs. Jewls. "Time for art." She had hardly finished her sentence when BB had already drawn a picture of a leaf. Calvin took it from her and put down another piece of paper. "Red," called BB. Calvin handed BB a red crayon. "Blue," called BB. He gave her a blue crayon. They were quite a pair. Their teamwork was remarkable. BB drew pictures as fast as Calvin could pick up the old paper and set down the new. A fish, an apple, 3 cherries, bing, bing, bing. At 1:30, Mrs. Jewls announced, "Okay, class, art is over." BB dropped her crayon and fell over on her desk. Calvin sighed and leaned back in his chair. He could hardly move. They had broken their old record. BB had drawn 378 pictures in an hour. They lay in a pile on Calvin's desk. Hey, artist assistants get paid low-key, yeah. I can draw 378 stick figures in an hour, too. She ain't special. Ooh, you'll really enjoy the moral of this story, then. Mrs. Jewls walked by. "Calvin, did you draw all these pictures?" Calvin laughed. "No, I can't draw. BB drew them all." "Well then, what did you draw?" asked Mrs. Jewls. "I didn't draw anything," said Calvin. "Why not?" "Don't you like art?" asked Mrs. Jewls. "I love art," said Calvin. "That's why I didn't draw anything." Mrs. Jewls did not understand. "It would have taken me the whole period just to draw one picture," said Calvin, "and BB would have only been able to draw 100 pictures. But with the two of us working together, she was able to draw 378 pictures. That's a lot more art." BB and Calvin shook hands. "No," said Mrs. Jewls, "that isn't how you measure art. It isn't how many pictures you have, but how good the pictures are. Why, a person could spend his whole life just drawing one picture of a cat. In that time, I'm sure BB could draw 1,000,000 cats." 2,000,000, said BB. "But if that one picture is better than each of BB's 2,000,000, then that person has produced more art than BB. BB looked as if she was going to cry. She picked up all the pictures from Calvin's desk and threw them in the garbage. Then she ran from the room. "I thought her pictures were good," said Calvin. He reached into the garbage pail and took out a crumpled up picture of an airplane. BB walked outside onto the playground. Louis, the yard teacher, spotted her. "Where are you going?" he asked. "I'm going home to draw a picture of a cat," said BB. "Will you bring it to school and show it to me tomorrow?" Louis asked. "Tomorrow?" laughed BB. By tomorrow, I doubt if I'll even be finished with one whisker. She falls down the stairs and dies. God. I mean, just because you draw fast doesn't mean you draw well. That's true. Yeah. Mrs. Jules must tell this child her drawings are straight, as she basically did. She basically did. Baby walked down 30 flights and isn't passed out on the 12th floor. Rip. F. We're on chapter 7. Holds up kids drawing to class. Look at this nonsense! Miss Jules really vying for that Teacher of the Year award, if we're being serious. And she's supposed to be the nice teacher, too. Like, at least she wasn't turning children into literal produce. Good thing none of these kids are in a wheelchair. Remember how I said that there was this assumption that everyone was white? Same thing. There's this assumption of no diversity. Everyone in this book is assumed to be white, middle class, completely normal. You know, and like that's a bad way to say it, but like no diversity. Just Wonder Bread. Everyone is suburban Wonder Bread, and that's the assumption, and that's a form of racism. Completely normal TM. Yeah, normal TM. I bet it'd be Todd's job to push them up the stairs. What's your opinion on the Wayside cartoon from Nick? We're actually gonna do a watch along of the Wayside cartoon when we finish reading all the books. So get excited for that. I'm doing a whole deep dive into the Wayside franchise, which is part of the reason why we're reading this. Miss Jules puts student head between bread. What are you? An idiot sandwich. Wayside is like the Twilight Zone. A little bit. It's got that like not quite grounded in reality feeling to it. Definitely. Yeah. I looked up Wayside. Miss Jules got a bob. Does she really? Because I know that there's like different incarnations of her. Because in the cartoon, she has like curly hair. Mrs. Jules definitely slept her way into this position. God. I always imagined Mrs. Jules was like low-key a hot redhead. There has to be a creature that stalks the hall. Imagine there was 2 kids in a 30-story school and one killed with another with a rock. Would that be fucked up or what? Anyway, I'm Rod Serling. Anyway, I'm Louis Sacker. Yeah. Yeah, that's the whole series. That's it, baby. You got it. You got it in one. Alright. We're on to chapter 7. Calvin. Calvin had a big round face. Calvin, said Mrs. Jules, I want you to take this note to Miss Zarves for me. Miss Zarves? Asked Calvin. Yes, Miss Zarves, said Mrs. Jules. You know where she is, don't you? Yeah, said Calvin. She's on the 19th story. That's right, Calvin, said Mrs. Jules. Take it to her. Calvin didn't move. Well, what are you waiting for? Asked Mrs. Jules. She's on the 19th story, said Calvin. Yes, we've already established that fact, said Mrs. Jules. The 19th story, Calvin repeated. Yes, Calvin, said Mrs. Jules. The 19th story. Now take it to her before I lose my patience. But Mrs. Jules, said Calvin. Now, Calvin, said Mrs. Jules, unless you would rather go home on the kindergarten bus. Yes, ma'am, said Calvin. Slowly he walked out the door. Is Miss Jules related to Miss Frizzle? Cartoon has pink hair while grayscale sketches look like Karen. God. If you're a fan of the book, you'll hate it from the cartoon, but if you've never read the books, you'll love it. That's what I've heard. Yeah. It seems like it's pretty different. We're insulting a child right out the gate. Just make sure Calvin doesn't end up in Miss Wormwood's class. Calvin was round and stupid and smelled like pee. Miss Jules is clearly a Slytherin. We don't see Calvin again until chapter 19. I heard fans of the book didn't like how the characters were either heavily exaggerated or had their personality assassinated, like in the show. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's a completely different incarnation. I haven't seen the show yet. I watched like 15 minutes of the TV movie just to see if like it was watchable or if it was complete ass. It was charming. It was cute. It was fine. It was a fine cartoon. I swear to God, I'm so scared Miss Jules is going to open up a chapter with a slur. Honestly, it had occurred to me too. I can't imagine how they're going to character assassinate the horrible abusers in this book. The worst part is, this is kind of just what adults were like in like the 70s. Like, this is normal. Yeah, it's a lot. Alright. Ha ha, laughed Terrence. Take it to the 19th story. Give it to Miss Zarves, hooted Myron. Have fun on the 19th story, called Jason. Calvin stood outside the door to the classroom. He didn't know where to go. As you know, when the builder built Wayside School, he accidentally built it sideways. But he also forgot to build the 19th story. He built the 18th and the 20th, but no 19th. He said he was very sorry. There was also no Miss Zarves. Miss Zarves taught the class on the 19th story. Since there was no 19th story, there was no Miss Zarves. And besides that, as if Calvin didn't have enough problems, there was no note. Miss Jules had never given Calvin the note. Boy, this is just great, thought Calvin. Just great. I'm supposed to take a note that I don't have to a teacher who doesn't exist, who teaches on a floor that was never built. He didn't know what to do. He walked down to the 18th story, then back up to the 20th, then back down to the 18th, and back up again to the 20th. There was no 19th story. There never was a 19th story. And there never will be a 19th story. Calvin walked down to the administration office. He decided to put the note in Mrs. Zarves' mailbox. But there wasn't one of those either. That didn't bother Calvin too much, however, since he didn't have a note. He looked out the window and saw Lewis, the yard teacher, shooting baskets. Lewis will know what to do, he thought. Calvin went outside. Hey, Lewis, Calvin called. Hi, Calvin, said Lewis. He tossed him the basketball. Calvin dribbled it up and took a shot. He missed. Lewis tipped it in. Do you want to play a game? Lewis asked. I don't have time, said Calvin. I have to deliver a note to Miss Zarves up on the 19th story. Then what are you doing all the way down here? Lewis asked. There is no 19th story, said Calvin. Then where's Miss Zarves? Asked Lewis. There is no Miss Zarves, said Calvin. What are you going to do with the note? Asked Lewis. There is no note, said Calvin. I understand, said Lewis. That's good, said Calvin. Because I sure don't. It's very simple, said Lewis. You're not supposed to take no notes to no teachers. You already haven't done it. Calvin still didn't understand. I'll just have to tell Mrs. Jules that I couldn't deliver the note, he said. That's good, said Lewis. The truth is always best. Besides, I don't think I understand what I said either. Calvin walked back up the 30 flights of stairs to Mrs. Jules' class. Thank you very much, Calvin, said Mrs. Jules. Calvin said, but Mrs. Jules interrupted him. That was a very important note, and I'm glad I was able to count on you. Yes, but you see, said Calvin. You delivered the note to Miss Zarves on the 19th story? Asked Jason. How did you do it? What do you mean, how did he do it? Asked Mrs. Jules. He gave Miss Zarves the note. Some people, Jason, are responsible. But you see, Miss Jules, said Calvin. The note was very important, said Miss Jules. I told Miss Zarves not to meet me for lunch. Don't worry, said Calvin. She won't. Good, said Miss Jules. I have a coffee can full of Tootsie Roll Pops on my desk. You may help yourself to one, for being such a good messenger. Thanks, said Calvin. But really, it was nothing. Bottom. How are they going to put men with guns in the cartoon if they're trying to be accurate to the book? Womp womp. 19th story is just full of fucking eels. Wouldn't that just make the 20th story the 19th story? There never was a 19th note. Yo, it's schoolgirl Yuki, bedtime story. Calvin is gonna be on the fucking news tomorrow. Calvin goes to the back rooms. God. Gets back and gets in trouble for gets beat for disobeying her nonsensical order. It's the 70s! It's the 70s! Where it's okay to beat children as long as you're in a position of authority over them. Yeah. Calvin is gonna finally do it today, but he got a Tootsie Roll Pop! He got a Tootsie Roll Pop! He got a Tootsie Roll Pop. How could... Get the wooden pallet, Miss Jules. Oh my god. Jesus. This is what I get. God. This is the barely holding it together star. He's gonna take everyone with him. The robbers were actually Calvin. Ain't no way those contractors got paid. This book is insane. It kind of is. It's like I said, it's ambiguously fantastical. There is no 19th story, but it's a very mundane premise. But it's like it takes weird, wacky, silly turns, you know? That's kind of the vibe. Do they give this to children in schools? Yes, this is a children's book. This is an actual children's book. This is for children. Like elementary school age children. We read this when I was a kid. Yeah, I read this as a Spore. Maybe that was the author telling us they ain't making a 19th story. Fuck my editor. Suck my wiggly dick. Honestly, you guys are gonna like chapter 19 then. That's all I'm saying. I've read this before. So, yeah. Alright. Chapter 8. Myron. Myron had big ears. Oh, right back out the gates with insulting a child. He was elected class president. The children in Mrs. Jewell's class expected him to be a good president. Other presidents were good speakers. Myron was even better. He was a good listener. But he had a problem. He didn't know what a class president was supposed to do. So he asked, "What am I supposed to do?" "It's a difficult job," said Mrs. Jewells, "but you can do it. You must turn the lights on every morning and turn them off at the end of the day." "What?" asked Myron. "As a class president, you must learn to listen," said Mrs. Jewells. "I'll repeat myself only one more time. You must turn the lights on every morning." "I heard you the first time," said Myron. "It just doesn't sound like much of a job." "It certainly is," said Mrs. Jewells. "Without light, I can't teach, and the children can't learn. Only you can give us that light. I think it is a very important job." "I guess so," said Myron. He wasn't convinced. "Here, let me show you how to work a light switch," said Mrs. Jewells. "I already know how," said Myron. "I've been turning lights on and off all my life." "Very good," said Mrs. Jewells. "You'll make a fine president." Myron wanted to be the best president ever. But it wasn't such an easy job, he thought, that anyone could do it. When school let out that day, Myron stayed behind. He turned out the lights by flicking the switch down. "Excellent," said Mrs. Jewells. On his way home, Myron heard a horrible noise. First there was a loud screeching, then a sharp squeal, a roaring engine, and then the very faint sound of a girl crying. Myron ran over to see what had happened. Dana was bent over in the middle of the road. "What's the matter?" asked Myron. "My dog, Pugsy, was hit by a car," Dana cried. "Who did it?" asked Myron. "I don't know," Dana sobbed. "They sped away." "Well, that's not important," said Myron. "We've got to try and save Pugsy." Pugsy lay unconscious in the street. Myron carefully picked her up. He carried her 2 miles to the vet, Dana crying at his side. "Don't worry, Dana," said Myron. "She'll be all right." But he wasn't really so sure. He gave Pugsy to the vet, walked Dana home, then walked home himself. Dana was so upset that she forgot to thank him. Myron didn't mind. He thought that was what being class president was all about. The next morning, before he went to school, Myron went to Dana's house. Pugsy was there. She seemed all right. Dana petted her. Pugsy licked her face. Yuki out here proving they're well-read. Myron was a fucking dipshit. Okay, I'm saying this unironically. Mrs. Jules is actually the devil. This feels like the kind of thing they would make a Goosebumps-esque live-action show. Chat, I accidentally got raspberry lemonade instead of pink lemonade. I thought my lemonade was expired. Imagine if this was live action. One of the after-school specials is actually a live action version of this. It's from the 80s. It was a backdoor after-school special. It was a backdoor pilot to see if a full sitcom could be made in the 80s, and it ended up not going anywhere. Which is really interesting to me, I think. Was it the same car that ran over Brian Griffin? God. We watched it after we finished reading all the books. With the 80s after school special, the live action one? That's really cool. Because I didn't know that until I started researching for this. It's a little broken, so listen. You drive the screwdriver into the socket. There'll be a loud pop and a big spark, and the lights should turn on. You're the 12th light supervisor, by the way. Sitcom with this? They could never get the budget for this horror. My teacher had it on tape somehow. That's actually really cool. That's like a relic. That's lost media, baby. It's not like actually lost media, because like it's on YouTube. But that's really cool. That's pretty cool. "See, Myron? She's all right," said Dana. "The vet said that you brought her in just in time." "Hi, Pugsy," said Myron. He petted her. Pugsy bit his hand. "I guess she doesn't know you," said Dana. "She was unconscious yesterday when you saved her life." Dana's mother put some medicine and a Band-Aid on Myron's hand. Then she drove the children to school. They were late. They ran up the stairs to Mrs. Jules' class. The room was completely dark. "It's about time you got here, Myron," said Mrs. Jules. "We have no lights." "Why didn't somebody else just turn them on?" asked Myron. "Because you're class president," said Mrs. Jules. "Show Stephen how to work the lights. From now on, he will be class president." Myron showed Stephen how to turn on the lights. He flicked the switch up. At the end of the day, Myron showed Stephen how to turn the lights off. He flicked the switch down. After a week, Stephen finally caught on. He made a good president. The lights were on every morning. Myron, who was president for only a day, was the best president in the history of Wayside School. It was just that nobody knew it. "The dog has rabies. That kid's not surviving." Mrs. Jules is there and there's Latin whispers. It's not coming from her either. It's just around. If you think Mrs. Jules in the book was the devil, Mauricia in the cartoon is an actual piece of shit. Myron is finally gonna do it today, too. They're all gonna do it today. All of these kids grow up to need therapy. Yeah, I don't really have an opinion on any of the kids yet, especially not kids in the cartoon yet, because I haven't seen the cartoon yet. It's going to be my first time watching the cartoon when I watch it for the deep dive video. But yeah, I'm definitely interested. I'm definitely interested and excited to see what it's going to be all about. So, yeah. Low key, this is why boomers are so proud of having been abused. This shit was so normalized back then. Honestly, yeah, like, there's some weird stuff that's happening to these kids. Like, these kids are not treated like people. And I think that's part of what was supposed to be the appeal to kids, right? The fact that they could identify with these kids. Every single one of these kids is getting electroshock treatment. Jesus. I mean, that's probably what it feels like sometimes. It feels like millennials are like the first generation who are like, hey, maybe the way I was raised was bad. Yeah, honestly, I'm inclined to agree with you on that. But yeah. But yeah, it's definitely the one thing that's interesting about this book as like a relic of its time is it's like a little snapshot of what was considered normalized, you know? Pugsy bit his hand. Now she has the taste of human flesh. I can identify with Todd. My teacher hated me too. My dad slept with her and never called her back. Is that true? What kind of parents would send their kids to a school like this and don't see it as a problem? Yeah. Yeah. Cause, like, it's not. I think that, like, in the fiction. Cause, like, the things that we are clocking as problems aren't the fantastical stuff. Like, yeah, the robbers bursting in was, like, definitely a sign of the time. The kind of parents who live too far away from a normal school to be on the bus route. Yeah. Yeah. Mom, I got sent to the non-existent 19th floor and fell into the spider basement. Yeah, I feel like... Also, we're like about a third of the way through the book right by now. That's pretty cool. Yeah, the things we're clocking as problems are the fact that the children aren't being listened to, aren't being respected. Not that there's no 19th story. You know, the 19th story is just kind of whimsical. But the thing that's the problem is the fact that, whatever the kid's name was, Calvin tried to communicate information he had, and an adult around him did not respect him enough to listen to him as a person with thoughts, feelings, knowledge, and information, and only bossed him around as a person that he has authority, as a person she has authority over. These parents be like, these kids nowadays and their generation. Imagine growing up with adults who listened to you as a kid. Couldn't be me, honestly. I feel like it's kind of a common thread that, like, adults just don't listen to kids. Kids are treated as kids first and people second. And I think that's the thing that we're clocking as what makes this kind of uncomfortable. The fact that that idea was so normalized when this book was written. Fetuses are given more agency than actual children, high-key. Yeah, and that's a problem. Okay. Honestly, can't remember if we read this in my school or not. I know I definitely read this as a kid. Boy Who Cried Wolf. But yeah. Alright. Let's go to chapter 9, Mauricia. Mauricia is completely different in the cartoon versus the show, the book. they just completely they made an OC and then just named her Mauricia instead of doing anything with Mauricia from the book. This is why Codename Kids Next Door exists. Yeah. Kids Next Door is actually a really empowering kind of show. I wanted to take my homework with me to tutoring once. My mom said no without even ever hearing what I wanted. Yeah, and that's a problem. That's a problem. Yeah. I'm glad this has also kind of like become a collective trauma dump at Yuki's stream about how bad school was. Because I'm not gonna lie, the school system is terabad. Alright. Chapter 9, Mauricia. Mauricia liked ice cream. She was sweet and pretty and could beat up any boy in Mrs. Jewell's class. Everybody liked Mauricia, except Kathy, but then she didn't like anybody. Mauricia only liked ice cream. Every day, Mauricia brought an ice cream cone to school and kept it in her desk until lunchtime. At first, she brought chocolate ice cream every day, but soon she tired of chocolate ice cream. So she started bringing vanilla, but she got tired of vanilla too. Then she got tired of strawberry, fudge ripple, butter pecan, pistachio, and burgundy cherry, in that order. And then a terrible thing happened. Mauricia got tired of ice cream. By that time, her desk was a mess, and everything inside it was sticky. Everybody liked Mauricia, but Mauricia didn't like anything. Mrs. Jules hated to see Mauricia unhappy. "I don't understand it, Mrs. Jules," cried Mauricia. "There just aren't any good flavors anymore." So Mrs. Jules worked all night. The next day, she brought in a new flavor of ice cream for Mauricia. It was Mauricia-flavored ice cream. "Everybody will like it," thought Mrs. Jules, "because everybody likes Mauricia." "Here you are, Mauricia," said Mrs. Jules. "Mauricia-flavored ice cream." Everyone gathered around as Mauricia tasted it. They hoped she'd like it. Mauricia took a lick. "Well?" said Mrs. Jules. Mauricia took another lick. "Well?" asked the class. "This ice cream has no taste," said Mauricia. "It doesn't taste bad, but it doesn't taste good. It doesn't taste like anything at all." Mrs. Jules was heartbroken. "Here, let me try it," said Todd. He tasted it. "You're crazy, Mauricia," he said. "This is the best tasting ice cream I've ever eaten. Try some, Dee Dee." It's delicious," said Dee Dee. "It's so sweet and creamy." She passed it around the room. "Oh, it's so good," said Leslie. "I think it tastes terrible," said Kathy. "I don't understand it," said Mauricia. "I don't taste a thing." Mrs. Jules slapped herself in the face. "Oh, I've made a big mistake, Mauricia. Of course you can't taste anything. It's Mauricia-flavored ice cream. It's the same taste you always taste when you're not tasting anything at all." Okay, so the same taste you always taste when you're not tasting anything at all. That's just the inside of their mouth. That's just the inside of your mouth. Are they all tongue kissing Mauricia? Yes, saliva-flavored ice cream. God. Reminds me of that one episode from the Junji Ito anime. Which episode? Which one? Why'd you have to say that? Half the kids said it tasted delicious. I mean, what else am I supposed to think? Like, the same taste that you taste when you don't taste anything at all, that's just the inside of your mouth. And I assume that, mouth tastes like mouth, tastes like mouth. So the teacher made an ice cream taste like a child's tongue and have other kids taste it? I guess. Unless she made like an ice cream inspired by Mauricia, but like, it's supposed to be Mauricia flavored. It's the same taste you always taste when you're not tasting anything at all. Yeah. This is fucking bananas. Mrs. Jules is on the Epstein flight logs, I swear to God. Jesus. Who was the kid that said it was the best ice cream he ever had? So the next day, Mrs. Jules brought in Joe-flavored ice cream. Mauricia liked it, so did everyone else. Joe thought it had no taste. Everyone liked Mauricia. Mauricia only liked Joe. The following day, Miss Jules brought in Ron-flavored ice cream. Ron thought it had no taste, but everyone else loved it. Everybody liked Mauricia. Mauricia only liked Joe and Ron. By the end of the month, Mrs. Jules had brought in 27 new flavors of ice cream, one for each member of the class. Everybody liked Mauricia, and Mauricia liked everybody. They all tasted so good. All except Kathy, that is. Kathy-flavored ice cream tasted a little bit like old bologna. Okay, so we're getting more information. And that is the taste that Kathy tastes when they're not tasting anything at all is old bologna. That is, that's information. That's logic. It seems like she needs to see a doctor a little bit. Maybe like a dentist or something. Wayside Stories is fucking cosmic horror. That's what I'm saying. Like, things that are whimsical to kids is like, you think about it for like 2 seconds too long as an adult, and you're like, what is this? Everyone still agreed that Mauricia-flavored ice cream was the best, except Mauricia. She liked Todd ice cream the best. This turned out to be a problem. Every once in a while, Mauricia would try to take a bite out of Todd's arm in order to get that very special flavor. Okay! Cannibalism! She's been upgraded from the devil to Great Old One. I prefer that Warlock subclass anyway. Miss Jules is straight up serving kids spit-flavored ice cream. Miss Jules be like, hey, spit in this cup for me. Trust. I was literally going to make a joke about Mauricia eating Todd and the book beat me to it. Yep. They're turning into cannibals. This is Miss Jules' plans all along. We are on Chapter 10, Paul. It was an experiment to see if they'd just start eating each other. That's Lord of the Flies, baby. Mauricia's spit tastes that good that she's gonna make a living as a gamer girl in the future selling her drool. Paul was a fuck ass. Actually, this one doesn't open up by insulting a child. Chapter 10, Paul. Paul had the best seat in Mrs. Jules' class. He sat in the back of the room. It was the seat that was the farthest away from Mrs. Jules. Mrs. Jules was teaching the class about fractions. She drew a picture of a pie on the blackboard. She cut the pie into 8 pieces. She explained that each piece was 1/8 of the pie. Paul never paid attention. He didn't see the picture of the pie. He didn't see anything. Well, he did see one thing. Actually, he saw 2 things. He saw Leslie's 2 pigtails. Leslie sat in front of Paul. She had 2 long brown pigtails that reached all the way down to her waist. Paul saw those pigtails, and a terrible urge came over him. He just wanted to pull a pigtail. He wanted to wrap his fist around it, feel the hair between his fingers, and just yank. He thought it would be fun to tie the pigtails together, or better yet, tie them to her chair, but most of all, he just wanted to pull one. Slowly, he reached for the one on the right. No, what am I doing? He thought. I'll only get into trouble. Paul had it made. He sat in the back of the room. He paid no attention to anyone, and nobody paid any attention to him. But if he pulled a pigtail, it would be all over. Leslie would tell on him, and he'd become the center of attention. He sighed and slowly withdrew his arm. But Paul couldn't ignore those pigtails. There they were, dangling right in front of him, just begging to be pulled. He could close his eyes, but he couldn't make those pigtails disappear. He could still smell them and hear them. He could almost taste them. Maybe just a little tug, he thought. No, none. There they hung, easily within his reach. Well, just let them hang there, thought Paul. It would be foolish to pull one, no matter how tempting they were. None of the other children in the class pulled pigtails. Why should he? Of course, none of the other children sat behind Leslie either. It was just a simple matter of being able to think clearly. That was all. Paul thought it over and decided not to pull one. It was as simple as that. Green Goblin voice, I can taste it. Paul is on house arrest as we speak. In the book, Lord of the Flies, it was a play. God. Suddenly, his arm shot forward. He grabbed Leslie's right pigtail and yanked. Yeah! Screamed Leslie. Everybody looked at her. Paul pulled my pigtail, she said. They all looked at Paul. I couldn't help it, said Paul. You'd better learn to help it, said Mrs. Jules. She wrote Paul's name on the blackboard under the word discipline. Tell Leslie you're sorry. I'm sorry, Leslie, said Paul. Humph, said Leslie. Paul felt horrible. Never again would he pull another pigtail. Except there was one problem. He still wasn't satisfied. He had pulled the right one, but that wasn't enough. He wanted to pull the left one, too. It was as if he heard a little voice coming from the pigtail saying, Pull me, Paul! Pull me! I can't, Paul answered. My name's already on the blackboard under the word discipline. Big deal, said the pigtail. Pull me! No way, said Paul. Never again. Oh, come on, Paul. Just a little tug, urged the pigtail. What harm could it do? Lots of harm, said Paul. Leslie will scream, and I'll get in trouble again. Boy, that's not fair, whined the pigtail. You pulled the right one. Now it's my turn. I know, but I can't. Sure you can, said the pigtail. Just grab me and yank. No, said Paul. It's not right. Sure it is, Paul, said the pigtail. Pigtails are meant to be pulled. That's what we're here for. Tell that to Leslie, said Paul. Leslie won't mind, said the pigtail. I promise. I bet, said Paul, just like she didn't mind the last time. You just didn't pull hard enough, said the pigtail. Leslie likes us pulled real hard. Really? Asked Paul. Cross my heart, said the pigtail. The harder the better. Okay, said Paul, but if you're lying, I promise. Yuki, I hate this. Yuki, we're all going on a list. No doesn't mean no, the pigtail. Hold on, let me do that in my pigtail voice. No doesn't mean no, said the pigtail. Yeah? Yeah? There was a girl who was mean to me in kindergarten and I cut off one of her pigtails. This is the most cursed thing I've heard all month. And this was published for children. This was... This is something. Yeah. Ugh. Paul grabbed the left pigtail. It felt good in his hand. He pulled as hard as he could. Yeah! Screamed Leslie. Mrs. Jules asked, Paul, did you pull Leslie's pigtail again? No, said Paul. I pulled the other one. All the children laughed. Are you trying to be funny? Asked Mrs. Jules. No, said Paul. I was trying to be fair. I couldn't pull one and not the other. The children laughed again. Pigtails are meant to be pulled, Paul concluded. Mrs. Jules put a check next to Paul's name on the blackboard under the word discipline. But at last, Paul was satisfied. True, his name was on the blackboard with a check next to it, but that didn't really matter. All he had to do was stay out of trouble the rest of the day, and his name would be erased. It was easy to stay out of trouble when you have the best seat in the class. In fact, Paul could do this every day. He could pull Leslie's pigtails twice, then stay out of trouble the rest of the day. There was nothing Leslie could do about it. What the fuck? It isn't easy to stay out of trouble when you're not on your meds. Did anyone else in school have that disciplinary pole thing that had colors on it and clothespins? I think I know what you're talking about. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Leslie screamed, Yeah! Mrs. Jules circled Paul's name and sent him home early on the kindergarten bus. Nobody would believe that he hadn't pulled Leslie's pigtail again. And that's why you don't pull pigtails, no matter how creepy their eldritch temptation is. From the spit eating to hair pulling, this feels like something you read off of DeviantArt for Affinity. Is it really? It was green, yellow, orange, red, and blue, and each one had different punishments. It was meant to embarrass you because you had to go move down your own name. Oh, man. I remember when I was in galactic grade school, we had to sign the book, which was like a notebook, and you had to put your name in it and what you did wrong. Like, that was our discipline in galactic grade school. This is the kids' way of talking about harassment. Yeah, honestly. I mean, at least there's a moral of, like, hey, don't do that shit or you're gonna get in trouble. But, like, there's no moral of, like, hey, don't do that shit because it's fucking wrong. Because he still did that shit. I would literally just move someone else's name down. On more than one occasion, I got someone's parents called. Oh my god. Baby Omlogus. Just causing problems on purpose. God. Okay, we're on to chapter 11. Dana. Dana had 4 beautiful eyes. She wore glasses, but her eyes were so beautiful that the glasses only made her prettier. With 2 eyes, she was pretty. With 4 eyes, she was beautiful. With 6 eyes, she would have been even more beautiful. And if she had 100 eyes, all over her face and her arms and her feet, why, she would have been the most beautiful creature in the world. Wild turkey? What? What is wild turkey? Put wild turkey in my baby bottle and it turned me into a fiend. Whiskey. Jesus Christ! Y'all had some bad fucking parents. Y'all out here had some bad fucking parents. I literally found out yesterday that this isn't normal. That's not normal. That's extremely diabolical. You could have unironically died. Like, you could have absolutely died. Like, let's just ignore the eldritch being that Louis Sacker just painted a picture for of Dana with 100 eyes all over her face and her arms and her feet. Let's just ignore that for a second. Oh yeah, my baby goes to sleep right after. Yeah, 'cause you're fucking poisoning it. Holy shit. Oh my god, y'all had some bad fucking parents. Y'all had some horrible parents. Like, Researcher M and Researcher D were not good to me either, but at least they didn't do shit like that. They mostly just gave me emotional trauma by containing me in the security containment place forever and always. So glad my parents never did that, right? You guys had some save the trauma for your mama. A book that called Glass is Beautiful? The book was ahead of its time. Yeah, this is the only time it's been ahead of its time. Maybe it's just trying to, like, make kids who wear glasses feel better. I literally thought it was normal for years. It's literally not. That's literally so dangerous. You genuinely could have died. Like, this is not a bit. That could have poisoned you to death. And that's fucked up. My mom just put cereal in mine because it helped me calm. Like, and like having little crunchies, little like cereal, like Cheerios is the first thing a lot of people give to babies because they're like normal. To be fair, I literally thought being afraid the world was about to end every time I couldn't find my parents was normal for years. Yeah, that's not normal either. Y'all had some terrible fucking parents. Y'all have some trauma. There's some trauma in this chat. Holy shit. I didn't expect reading Wayside School to bring up the lol, my dad tried to poison me, and the lol, my parents are in a religious cult. Like, I'm sorry that happened to you. Sideways stories made shit get real. For real. Y'all crazy. Y'all wildin' out here. Oh god. But poor Dana wasn't covered from head to toe with beautiful eyes. She was covered with mosquito bites. I guess you could say the stream is going sideways. Bottom. Mrs. Jules picked up her yardstick instead. Now it's time for arithmetic. Oh no, Mrs. Jules, said Dana. I can't do arithmetic. I itch all over. I can't concentrate. But we have all kinds of arithmetic, said Mrs. Jules. Addition without carrying, addition with carrying, and carrying without addition. I don't care, said Dana. We have that too, said Mrs. Jules. Addition without caring. Now stop carrying on. Dana whined. I can't, Mrs. Jules. I itch too much. And I'm too thirsty, said DJ. I'm too tired, said Ron. I'm too hungry, said Terrence. I'm too stupid, said Todd. Okay, to be fair, that's a kid insulting himself. Mrs. Jules hit her desk with her yardstick. Everyone stopped talking. Miss Jules said, "We are going to have arithmetic now, and I don't want to hear another thing about it." But Mrs. Jules, I really do itch. I can't do arithmetic, Dana whined. No, said Mrs. Jules. Arithmetic is the best known cure for an itch. How many mosquito bites do you have? I don't know, said Dana. Over 100. First I try scratching one, but then another one starts to itch. So I scratch that one, and that one stops, and another one starts. So I scratch that one, and the itch moves down to another one. Then it goes back to the first one. The itch just never stays in the same place. I just can't scratch them all. What you need is a good, strong dose of arithmetic, said Mrs. Jules. I'd rather have calamine lotion, said Dana. Remember, Dana, said Mrs. Jules, mosquito bites itch, not numbers. So what? Said Dana. Mrs. Jules continued, we'll just have to turn your mosquito bites into numbers. I'm a mess, Dana moaned. Mrs. Jules began to turn the mosquito bites into numbers. How much is 3 mosquito bites plus 3 mosquito bites? She asked. Rondi raised her hand. 6 mosquito bites, she answered. How much is 6 mosquito bites minus 2 mosquito bites? Asked Mrs. Jules. 4 mosquito bites, said DJ. How much is 5 mosquito bites times 2? Asked Mrs. Jules. 10 mosquito bites, said BB. Very good, said Mrs. Jules. I still itch, Dana complained. I've got one more question, said Mrs. Jules. How much is 49 mosquito bites plus 75 mosquito bites? Nobody raised a hand. Think, class, said Mrs. Jules. This is for Dana. Nobody knew the answer. Jump scare. Math jump scare? If someone told me they were going to turn an active, horrible, itchy rash onto my body into numbers, I'd immediately become a terrorist. Is it Jules or Jules? It's Jules, like a gemstone, but it's missing an E. So that's how it's spelled. Yeah, Jules, like that. Yeah, exactly like that. Mrs. Jules. A jewel. Where's my jewel? Nobody knew the answer. Dana's itch began to get worse and worse. At last, Dana began counting her own mosquito bites. She counted 75 on one side and 49 on the other. Then she added them together for a total of 124 mosquito bites. 124 mosquito bites, Dana called. Very good, said Mrs. Jules. Dana had 124 mosquito bites, and none of them itched anymore. I'm still hungry, said DJ. Can't arithmetic do anything for that? I'm still tired, said Ron. I'm still hungry, said Terrence. I'm still stupid, said Todd. I'm glad we turned my mosquito bites into numbers instead of letters, said Dana. I could never spell mosquito. Bottom. Surprised this isn't a horror movie about math since it's the most hated subject in school. I think we all hate math. They're literally making horror movies about children's games, but not school subjects, right? Did the text misspell mosquito, though? No, it spelled mosquito, right? No, mosquito is spelled right, unfortunately. That would have been a good bit, though. That would have been a good bit. We are on Chapter 12, Jason. Oh, back to insulting a child. Back to insulting a child. Jason had a small face and a big mouth. He had the second biggest mouth in Mrs. Jules' class, and there were an awful lot of big mouths in that class. Mrs. Jules, Jason called without raising his hand. Joy is chewing gum in class. Joy had the biggest mouth in Miss Jules' class, and it was filled with gum. There was hardly even room for her tongue. Joy, I'm ashamed of you, said Mrs. Jules. I'm afraid I'll have to put your name up on the board. That's okay, Mrs. Jules, Jason called. I'll do it. Jason hopped out of his seat and wrote Joy's name on the blackboard under the word discipline. While he was up, Joy took the glob of gum out of her mouth and placed it on Jason's chair. Rondi and Allison giggled. Jason walked back from the blackboard to his desk and sat down. Mrs. Jules, he called, I'm stuck. Rondi and Allison giggled again. Mrs. Jules got angry. Joy, you're going home on the kindergarten bus today. Oh, good, said Todd. I'll have some company. Todd went home on the kindergarten bus every day. He could never seem to make it to 12 o'clock without getting into trouble 3 times. His name wasn't even up on the blackboard yet, but he knew that by 12 o'clock it would be up, checked, and circled. Mrs. Jules, what am I going to do? I'm stuck. I'm going to have to stay here the rest of my life, said Jason. Joy, tell Jason you're sorry, said Mrs. Jules. I'm sorry, Jason, said Joy. Oh, that's okay, Joy, said Jason. I don't mind. Try to get up, Jason, said Mrs. Jules. Jason tried. I can't, Mrs. Jules. I'm stuck. Mrs. Jules asked the 3 Erics to help. Eric Fry and Eric Ovens pulled Jason. Eric Bacon held the chair. Stop! Cried Jason. You'll rip my pants! Rondi and Allison giggled. All right, said Mrs. Jules. Let's try ice water. That should freeze the gum and make it less sticky. I'll go get some for Miss Mush. Miss Munch was the lunch teacher at Wayside School. She had the remarkable ability to undercook a dish and overcook it at the same time. Her specialty was a nice hot bowl of mud. She called it porridge. Jason looked at Rondi and Allison. No, Mrs. Jules, he said. Don't leave me. Besides, Mrs. Ush's ice water is probably warm. Don't be silly, Jason, said Mrs. Jules. I'm sure it will be at least as cold as her soups. Rondi and Allison leered at Jason. No, Mrs. Jules, don't go, begged Jason. I'll be right back, Jason, said Mrs. Jules. She went to Miss Mush for some ice water. As soon as Mrs. Jules stepped out the door, Rondi and Allison jumped up from their seats and started to tickle Jason. He laughed until his hair turned purple. The girls got back to their seat just as Mrs. Jules returned. Mrs. Jules carried a big bucket of ice water. Oh, no, please don't, no, Jason pleaded. We have no choice, said Mrs. Jules. She threw the water all over him. Well, said Mrs. Jules, try to get up. Jason was drenched. I'm wet and I'm cold and I'm still stuck. Oh, well, it didn't work, said Mrs. Jules. At least we tried. Now I guess we'll have to cut your pants off. Rondi and Allison giggled. No, Mrs. Jules, no! Jason screamed. I don't mind being stuck here. I'm really very comfortable. Don't be silly, Jason, said Mrs. Jules. Don't cut off my pants, said Jason. The 3 Erics can carry you to the bathroom, said Mrs. Jules. I'll ask Louis to call your mother. She can bring you a new pair of pants. The 3 Erics took hold of Jason's chair and turned him upside down. Didn't have to do all that. No, Mrs. Jules, said Jason. Now I'll always have a place to sit down. I won't have to worry about finding a seat on the bus. The 3 Erics began to take him away. Wait, said Joy. Mrs. Jules, if I can get Jason unstuck, do I still have to go home on the kindergarten bus? All right, said Mrs. Jules. If you can somehow get Jason free, you don't have to go home early. Don't trust her, Mrs. Jules, said Jason. He was still hanging upside down. I'll just kiss him, said Joy. No! Jason screamed. Don't let her kiss me, Mrs. Jules. Throw water on me, tickle me, cut off my pants, hang me upside down from the ceiling, but don't let her kiss me. I'll just kiss him on the nose, said Joy. We've got nothing to lose, Jason, said Mrs. Jules. Oh, who would want to kiss Jason, said Allison. Jason hung helplessly upside down. It wasn't this. Is it cut his pants? Is that legal to do to a kid in public? It wasn't the 70s, presumably. Yuki, the book is doing it again. Yeah. When he said back to insulting a child, I cackled. Don't you know insulting a child Bill's character? Jason's mom put him up for adoption. Yeah. Yeah, that's what this book be like. The big friend zone. The big friend zone in the sky that awaits us all. There's a lot of sussy things going on at this school. Finding a lawyer good enough to sue a book. Jason hung helplessly upside down. Joy stepped up and kissed him on the nose. Jason fell out of the chair and hit his head on the floor. Rondi and Allison giggled. Darn, said Todd. Now I'll have to go home alone again. Joy erased her name from the blackboard. Yeah. 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 This sure is a book, all right. This sure is a book, all right. This is definitely a book. It's a book of all time, even. Surprised there aren't any dark adult YouTube parodies of this book. It's probably not, like, popular enough. This is a book with words in it. Okay, we're kind of back to insulting a child. How can you read this? There's words! Who are you, Gaston? I would want to be Todd so I don't have to get harassed like the other kids. Oh, man. Let's go, child insults. Don't you know, kids? You need to always feel bad about yourself. To be fair, I relate to Todd. Yeah. Yeah. Rondi had 22 beautiful teeth. Chapter 13, Rondi. I was the kid who could never behave no matter how hard I tried and was sent home early constantly. And, like, the worst part is for Todd, like, it's never really his fault. He just always gets caught. You know? Like, he was clearly not in the wrong when the other kid was, like, bugging him. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. If you feel good about yourself, you might expect things from life, like a good job and a happy life. Imagine. What a great day to not be a child. Turns out I had undiagnosed mental illness. Yeah. Yeah. Alright. Chapter 13, Rondi. Rondi had 22 beautiful teeth. Everyone else had 24. Rondi was missing her 2 front teeth, and those were the most beautiful teeth of all. Your front teeth are so cute, said Mrs. Jules. They make you look just adorable. But Mrs. Jules, said Rondi, I don't have any front teeth. I know, said Mrs. Jules. That's what makes them so cute. Rondi didn't understand. Ooh, Rondi, I just love your 2 front teeth, said Mauricia. I wish I had some like that. But I don't have them, said Rondi. That's why I love them so much, said Mauricia. Oh, this is silly, said Rondi. Everyone thinks the teeth I don't have are cute. I'm not wearing a coat. Don't you all just love my coat? And what about my 3rd arm? I don't have one. Isn't it lovely? Love your hat, Rondi, said Joy. I'm not wearing a hat, Rondi screamed. That's what makes it so interesting, said Joy. Don't you think so, Leslie? Oh, yes, said Leslie. It's a very nice hat. Nice boots, too. I'm not wearing boots, Rondi insisted. Yes, said Joy. Very nice boots. They go so well with your hat. What hat? Asked Rondi. Yes, Leslie agreed. Rondi showed excellent taste by not wearing the hat or the boots. They go so well together. Rondi had had enough. She covered her head so nobody could see her hat. She put her feet under her desk so nobody could see her boots. Then she closed her mouth tightly so nobody could see her 2 front teeth. Suddenly, everyone who was sitting near her began to laugh. "What's so funny?" asked Todd. "The joke Rondi didn't tell," said Jason. "Ask Rondi not to tell it again, Todd," said Calvin. "Rondi," said Todd, "don't tell it again." Rondi was horrified. She didn't know what to do. So she kept her mouth and just stared at Todd. She kept her mouth shut and just stared at Todd. To her amazement, Todd laughed. "Hey, everybody," called Todd. "Listen to Rondi's joke." Rondi didn't say a word, but the rest of the class began to laugh. Mrs. Jules got very angry. She wrote Rondi's name on the blackboard under the word discipline. "The class is not a place for jokes," she said. "But Mrs. Jules," said Rondi, "I didn't tell a joke." "Yes, I know," said Mrs. Jules, "but the funniest jokes are the ones that remain untold." Okay, said Rondi. "If that's what you want, then that's what you'll get. I'll really tell a joke. That way I won't disturb the class, and tomorrow I'll wear boots and a hat. Of course, you won't like them as much as the ones I didn't wear today, but I better hurry up and tell my joke before you all start to laugh." Imagine getting in trouble for doing nothing. Yeah. Okay, the entire class is collaborating to drive this kid insane. Yeah. There was a monkey sitting in a banana tree. He was very hungry. He knew that somewhere in the tree there was a magic banana, and that once he ate that banana, he wouldn't be hungry anymore. He ate one banana. That wasn't it. He was still hungry. He ate another banana. That wasn't it either. He was still hungry. Finally, after he ate his 10th banana, he wasn't hungry anymore. "I knew I'd find it," he said. "Too bad I didn't eat that one first. I wouldn't have had to waste all those other bananas." Bottom. Rondi is showing up to class tomorrow in Joker makeup, honestly. This is like gaslighting the book. Nobody laughed. Nobody had even listened to Rondi. Mrs. Jules was busy teaching arithmetic, and everybody else was paying strict attention. Rondi slapped herself in the face to make sure she was really there. She was. The bell rang for recess. Rondi ran outside. She was very upset. Lewis, the yard teacher, saw her. "Why the frown, Rondi?" he asked. "Come on, smile. Let me see your cute front teeth." Rondi screamed. She socked Lewis in the stomach, then bit his arm with her missing teeth. And that kind of bite hurts the worst. What? Rondi showing up to class tomorrow in Joker makeup. Rondi became the Joker to Lewis, who did nothing wrong. Oh my god. This school was made for the school was made for villains. I tell a joke. Everyone laughs. I shit on Mrs. Jewel's desk, and everyone loses their minds. God. Lewis spoke. That was his first mistake. God. The school where they raise Batman villains, honestly. Honestly. Alright, we're on to chapter 14, Sammy. We're almost halfway done with the book. We're almost halfway done. Okay, genuinely. Like, as we reach this halfway point, do I want to ask you guys this now, or do I want to ask you guys this at the actual halfway point? I'm gonna read this chapter, and then I'm gonna ask you guys my question. I'm gonna read this chapter first, then on chapter 15, when we're like actually at the halfway point, I'll ask you guys my question. So look forward to that. Start getting your non-existent answers ready for the question I haven't asked yet. Another random thought, but I remember a friend of mine shit on the band teacher's desk and sprinkled granola on it, like in high school. What? What kind of high school did you go to? Oh my god. How did your friend get away with that? Yeah, your friend. Your friend. Say it with me, kids. Low funding. He did not, lmao. Oh my god. Oh my god. I can't believe. Anyway, chapter 14. Sammy. It was a horrible, stinky, rainy day. Some rainy days are fun and exciting, but not this one. This one stunk. All the children were wet and wore smelly raincoats. The whole room smelled awful. "Ooh, it stinks in here," said Mauricia. Everybody laughed, but she was right. There was one good thing, however. There was a new boy in class. New kids are always fun, except no one could even tell what the new boy looked like. He was completely covered by his raincoat. "Class," said Mrs. Jules, "I'd like you all to meet Sammy. Let us show him what a nice class we can be." Leslie walked up and smiled at Sammy, but her smile quickly turned into a frown. "You smell terrible," she said. "Leslie!" exclaimed Mrs. Jules. "That's no way to greet a new member of our class." Mrs. Jules wrote Leslie's name on the blackboard under the word discipline. "But he does, Mrs. Jules," said Leslie. "He smells awful." "You're ugly," Sammy replied. "Now, Sammy, that's no way to talk," said Mrs. Jules. "Leslie's a very pretty girl." "She's ugly," said Sammy. Allison spoke up. "Well, you smell terrible and are probably even uglier, but nobody can see you because you're hiding under that smelly old raincoat." "That will be enough of that," said Mrs. Jules. "Now, Sammy, why don't you take off your coat and hang it in the closet? Let us all see how nice you look." "I don't want to, you old windbag," said Sammy. "That's because he's so ugly," said Leslie. "I'm sure he's quite handsome," said Mrs. Jules. "He's just shy. Here, let me help you." Mrs. Jules took off Sammy's coat for him, but underneath it was still another raincoat, even dirtier and smellier than the first one. They still couldn't see his face. "Ooh, now he smells even worse," said Mauricia. "You don't exactly smell like a rose either," Sammy replied. Mrs. Jules took off his second raincoat, but there was still another one under that, and the smell became so bad that Mrs. Jules had to run and stick her head out the window to get some fresh air. "You're all a bunch of pigs!" Sammy screeched. "Dirty, rotten pigs!" The smell was overpowering. Sammy just stood there, hidden under his raincoats. Mrs. Jules wrote Sammy's name under the word discipline. "Send him home on the kindergarten bus," said Joy. "Not with me," said Todd. Mrs. Jules held her nose, walked up to Sammy, and removed his raincoat. She threw it out the window, but he had on still another one. Sammy hissed, "Hey, old windbag, watch where you throw my good clothes." Mrs. Jules put a check next to Sammy's name on the blackboard. Then she took off another raincoat and threw it out the window. The smell got worse, for he had on still another one. Sammy began to laugh. His horrible laugh was even worse than his horrible voice. When Sammy first came into the room, he was 4 feet tall. But after Miss Jules removed 6 of his raincoats, he was only 3 feet tall, and there were still more raincoats to go. Mrs. Jules circled his name and removed another raincoat. She threw it out the window. Then she put a triangle around the circle and threw another one of his coats outside. She kept doing that until Sammy was only 1.5 feet high. With every coat she took off, Sammy's laugh got louder and the smell got worse. Some of the children held their ears. Others could only hold one ear because they were holding their nose with the other hand. It was hard to say which was worse, the laugh or the smell. Sammy stopped laughing and said, "Hey, old windbag, if you take off one more of my coats and throw it out the window, I'll bite your head off." "They smell too bad for me to allow them in my classroom," said Mrs. Jules. "You can pick them up when you leave." "They smell better than you do, pighead," Sammy shouted. Mrs. Jules didn't stop. She took off another one of his raincoats, then another and another. Sammy was only 4 inches tall, 3 inches tall, 2 inches tall. At last, she removed the final coat. All that was there was a dead rat. "Well, I don't allow dead rats in my classroom," said Mrs. Jules. She picked it up by the tail, put it in a plastic bag, and threw it away. Mrs. Jules didn't allow dead rats in her class. Todd once brought in a dead rat for show and tell, and Mrs. Jules made him throw that one away, too. "I'm glad Sammy isn't allowed in our classroom," said Rondi. "I didn't like him very much." "Yes," said Mrs. Jules. "We caught another one." Dead rats were always trying to sneak into Mrs. Jules' class. That was the 3rd one she'd caught since September. Musty kid. Old windbag. God. What do you mean, another one? This book is straight up eldritch. God. Okay. So, here's my question for you guys. We're about halfway through the book. We're about halfway through. And we're going to need to speed run these chapters here. We're going to need to speed run these because I'm losing my voice. Genuinely, what do you think of these books? What do you think of these stories so far? Do you think they're whimsical? Do you think they're silly? Do you think they're fun? Or, like, I know we're kind of memeing on, like, oh my god, this is like a horrifying microcosm of Americana that shows child abuse, normalized child abuse. And like, yeah. Yeah, but are we memeing when we say that? Or are we serious when we say that? Cause I'm trying to clock. This is the pilot episode of Nostalgia Book Club. And a lot of vintage literature is kind of like this, so I want to know what you guys genuinely think. Cause, like, I have nostalgia for this book because I read it as a spore. But, yeah, if you don't have nostalgia for this book, I can totally see how it's really weird. And, yeah, I think we're hamming it up funny ha-has. I just want to make sure. Cause, like, there definitely is some stuff that, like, I definitely did not clock when I was, like, skimming this book when I was deciding to read it. But yeah. I think the book is crazy. It's definitely crazy. But, like, children's literature is a little crazy because that's how whimsy happens. You know? Having things that are nonsensical and a little weird and that don't make logical sense is how whimsy happens. And this sense of whimsy is really important. Like, things can't always be completely grounded in reality because that's how, like, kids kind of lose attention span, you know? So that's kind of like, that's like what I'm getting from it, at least. Like, it's nonsensical in a way that, like, a Disney princess stories were written. Yeah, kind of. Once grab lunch, what did I miss? You missed, Dead Rat. Real shit, though, I like how it explains absurdism by not explaining it. It does what a lot of adult-oriented literature doesn't. Yeah, like, things are just allowed to be a little absurd. That's exactly it. This is, like, just a little absurd in a way that's, like, whimsical. And I think that's what makes it interesting. For, like, especially interesting for a kid. Multiple dead rats, yeah. Absurdism works best when you just let it happen and just treat it like it's how it's supposed to be. Yes, exactly. Kind of like what they said in the introduction. These stories probably seem a little silly and strange, but when I told the kids stories about you, they thought you were silly and strange. Like, this is just how the world is in the world of Wayside, and that's just how it works. Something crazy happens. Well, that just happened. Laugh track. A lot of times crazy stuff leads to these exposition dumps and I hate it. Yeah. Yeah, like, there's no lore. Like, there's no, like, oh, it was built on an ancient Indian burial ground. It's just things at Wayside are a little sideways. And that's the whole bit. That's it. That's everything. Yeah. Alright. I'm gonna start speedrunning these chapters. Just to, like, bang through them as fast as possible. So that we can finish up stream here in a little bit. Just because I've been going for, like, 2.5 hours, and we're only halfway through the book, and I was hoping we'd be a little further along than this. So I'm gonna start speedrunning these chapters. Cause we've got a good clip going, but we could be better. Don't you hate it when they tone down the books a bit? Yeah! Yeah, that's what I think. Yeah, I think that we gotta have, we gotta have some weirdness. Alright, let me scroll back up. I was scrolling through the chapters to see how far we gotta go. Alright. Speedrun. Lightning round. Chapter 15, Dee Dee. This story contains a problem and a solution. Dee Dee was a mousy-looking kid. We're back to insulting a child. Unlike most children at Wayside School, she liked recess better than spelling. As soon as the recess bell rang, she would jump up from her seat and run out the door. There were big signs in Wayside School on every floor. No jumping down the stairs. Dee Dee never seemed to notice the signs. She jumped down the stairs. Some children took the stairs 2 at a time. Dee Dee took them 10 at a time. That was on the way down. It was funny. She never seemed to be in quite the same hurry on the way back up. There was another sign at Wayside School. No cutting across the grass. Dee Dee must not have ever seen that one either. She cut across the grass and ran up to Lewis, the yard teacher. I want a green ball, Dee Dee said. The green balls were the best. I'm all out of green balls, said Lewis. Okay, then I want a red ball, said Dee Dee. The red balls were just about as good as the green balls. They didn't bounce as high, but actually sometimes you don't want a ball that bounces too high. I'm all out of red balls, too, said Louis. Do you have anything left? Asked Dee Dee. Dee Dee meant anything besides the yellow ball. There was one yellow ball at Wayside School, and Louis was always trying to get rid of it. It didn't bounce, and it never went the way it was kicked. Anything at all? Asked Dee Dee. Today is your lucky day, said Louis. I have one ball left, just for you, the one and only yellow ball. No thanks, said Dee Dee. Aw, come on, take it, said Louis. Why don't you ever have any red or green balls? Asked Dee Dee. I do, said Louis, but the other children asked first. By the time you get out here, they're all gone. But that's because I have to come all the way from the 30th story. How do you expect me to compete with the kids from the first or second? She asked. That's why I saved you the yellow ball, said Louis. Everyone wanted it, but I saved it just for you. I bet. She took the yellow ball and bounced it on the ground. It stopped dead with a thud. She stepped back, ran up, and kicked it. It went backwards over her head. She didn't bother chasing it. Instead, she played hopscotch with Jenny and Leslie. She thought it was disgusting. The next day, Dee Dee asked Mrs. Jules if she could go to recess early. Why? Asked Mrs. Jules. So I can get a green ball before Louis gives them all away, said Dee Dee. I'm glad you have a good reason, said Mrs. Jules. Yes, you may go, but first spell Mississippi for me. Spelling was not Dee Dee's best subject. By the time she finally got it right, she was 5 minutes late for recess. She jumped down the stairs, cut across the grass, and ran up to Louis. There were no green balls left. There were no red balls left either. However, there was still the yellow ball. Dee Dee played jump rope with Joy and Mauricia. It was no better than hopscotch. Dee Dee's problem was to figure out a way to get a green ball, or at least a red ball. You already know this story also contains a solution. Dee Dee figured it out. See if you can too. Remember everything you know about Dee Dee, Wayside School, and Mrs. Jules. The next day, Dee Dee brought a cream cheese and jelly sandwich, some nuts, and shredded cheese in her lunchbox. Here's what happened. Just before recess, Dee Dee smeared the cream cheese and jelly all over her face. Then she stuffed her mouth with nuts and hung the shredded cheese from her nose. When she closed her eyes, she looked just like a dead rat. Todd was in on the plan. Mrs. Jules, he called, there's a dead rat in the classroom. Mrs. Jules was very put out. I want that dead rat outside immediately. When Mrs. Jules said immediately, she meant it. Dee Dee instantly found herself outside on the playground. I want a green ball, she said. Louis pretended he hadn't heard her. May I please have a green ball? Asked Dee Dee. Louis gave her a green ball. I don't know how you did it, Dee Dee, but you're first today, he said. When Mrs. Jules found out that Dee Dee and Todd had tricked her, she sent Todd home early on the kindergarten bus. Dee Dee threw the green ball on the ground. It bounced 50 feet straight up in the air, and then she caught it. You don't like me, do you? She asked Louis. Sure I do, said Louis. No, you don't, said Dee Dee. Yes, I like you, said Louis. No, you don't, Dee Dee insisted. Yes, I like you. I really do. Are you sure? Asked Dee Dee. Yes, said Louis. Don't you believe me? I guess so, said Dee Dee. Do you like me? Asked Louis. You bet, said Dee Dee. You're my best friend. Terrific, said Louis. I always wanted to be best friends with a dead rat. There's an entry for dead rat in the villains wiki. Yeah, okay. Yeah, dead rat. Dead rat the villain. Of course. Of course, naturally. Naturally. No sense being a dead rat. Bottom. Chapter 16. DJ. DJ skipped up the 30 flights of stairs to Mrs. Jules' room. He was grinning from ear to ear, from nose to chin, from here to there and back again. Hey, DJ, Todd shouted. Glad to see you. Todd was a pushover for smiling faces. Mrs. Jules heard him. She began to write Todd's name on the board under discipline, but when she saw DJ's smile, she put down the chalk. "Good morning, DJ," she said. "What are you so happy about?" DJ grinned and shrugged his shoulders. Mrs. Jules smiled. Damien looked at the smile on Mrs. Jules' face, then at Todd's, and finally at DJ's. Then Damien smiled, too. His smile was almost as big as DJ's. They were best friends. Once they saw the two of them smiling, the rest of the class couldn't help but smile. Rondi had a very cute one, due to her 2 missing front teeth. Nobody had an ugly smile. Jason came to school late. He was very upset. But the first thing he saw was Damien's smile, and he felt a little bit better. Then he saw Rondi's toothless grin, and he even began to smile a little himself. But when he saw the piano on DJ's face, he fell, laughing, onto the floor. Everybody started to laugh, even Kathy, and she hardly ever laughed except when someone hurt herself. The whole room seemed to be laughing, not just the people in it. The blackboard chuckled, the ceiling snickered, the desks were jumping up and down, and the chairs were slapping one another on the back. The floor was very ticklish. It laughed until the walls turned purple. The wastepaper basket started to sing, and all the pencils stood up and danced. Finally, things began to settle down. Mrs. Jules wiped her eyes and said, "DJ, why don't you tell the class why you are so happy? At least let us know what we're laughing about." But DJ just kept on smiling. "Aw, come on, DJ," said Dee Dee. "Tell us." DJ didn't say a word. He couldn't. His mouth was stretched out of shape. "Let us guess," said Ron. "If we guess right, will you tell us?" DJ nodded his head. His smile began to hurt his ears. Everyone took one guess. "Have you been swimming? Is it your birthday? Are you in love? Did you get a green ball?" Nobody guessed right. At recess, DJ was still smiling. Lewis, the yard teacher, called, "Hey, DJ, come here." They walked to the far corner of the playground where they were alone. "What's up, DJ?" Lewis asked. DJ just smiled. "Come on, DJ, you can tell me. Why are you so happy?" DJ looked up at him. He said, "You need a reason to be sad. You don't need a reason to be happy." Aww, that's sweet. Oh, this is an iconic one. Oh, I'm not smiling. It's gas. God. Chapter 17. John. John had light brown hair and a round head. He was Joe's best friend. John was one of the smartest boys in Mrs. Jules' class, but he had one problem. He could only read words written upside down. Nobody ever wrote anything upside down, but it was only a little problem. John was still high in the reading group. Thank you for that. He just turned his book upside down. It was easier for John to turn his books upside down than learn to read correctly, but the easiest way isn't always the best way. Why? Mrs. Jules said, "John, you can't go on reading like this. You can't spend the rest of your life turning your books upside down." "Why not?" asked John. "Because I said so," said Mrs. Jules. "Besides, what happens when I write something on the blackboard? You can't turn the blackboard upside down." "No, I guess you're right," said John. "I know I'm right. You're going to have to learn to stand on your head." John couldn't stand on his head. He had given up trying. You would have too if you had fallen over as many times as he had. Joe was John's best friend. He could stand on John's head. Every time John fell over, Joe stood on his head. After all, what are best friends for? "My head is too round, Mrs. Jules. I can't stand on it," said John. "Of course you can, John," said Mrs. Jules. "If Joe can stand on your head, so can you." "It's easy, John," said Joe. "I can't," John repeated. "I always fall over." "Nonsense," said Mrs. Jules. "All you have to do is find your center of balance. Now, up you go." John put his round head on the floor and swung his legs up. He fell right over. Then Joe stood on John's head. "See, John, it's easy. Nothing to it," Joe said. "We'll help you, John," said Mrs. Jules. "Joe, get off John's head and help me get the pillow from under my desk. Nancy, Calvin, come here and give us a hand." Mrs. Jules took the pillow from Joe and set it on the floor. "All right, John, we'll surround you," she said. "We won't let you fall." John put his head on the pillow and swung his legs up. He started to fall one way, but Nancy pushed him back up. Then he started to fall another way, but Calvin straightened him out. John kept falling a little bit this way and that way until at last he found his center of balance. "Hey, look at me, said John. "I'm up, I'm really up, I'm standing on my head. I found my center of balance. It's beautiful, I can read the blackboard. Hey, Calvin, bring me a book and you don't have to turn it upside down. Ha ha ha, hey, whoa!" Bam! While Calvin went to get the book, John fell flat on his face. "You better stay off my head, Joe," he warned. "Are you all right, John?" asked Mrs. Jules. "Yeah, I think so. I feel a little funny. Hey, I can still read the blackboard, and I'm not upside down. I can read right side up now. When I fell, I must have flipped my brain or something." "That's wonderful, John. Here, put the pillow back under my desk. As a reward, you may have a Tootsie Roll Pop. They are in the coffee can on top of my desk." John placed the pillow on top of her desk. Then he looked under the desk, but he couldn't find the Tootsie Roll Pops anywhere. Oh, he got his brain flipped. He got his brain flipped. God. Chapter 18. Leslie. Leslie had 5 fingers on each hand and 5 toes on each foot. For each hand she had an arm, and for each foot she had a leg. She was a very lucky girl, and she had 2 lovely long brown pigtails that reached all the way down to her waist. When Mrs. Jules asked a question, Leslie could raise one of her hands. When Leslie was adding, she could count on her fingers. When Paul pulled one of her pigtails, she could kick him with one foot while standing on the other. But Leslie had one problem. She didn't know what to do with her toes. She had 10 adorable little toes and nothing to do with them. As far as she could tell, they served no useful purpose. "Suck your toes! That's what I do," said Shari. "'Kay? Yeah, right out the gates. Right out the gates." But Leslie's foot wouldn't reach her mouth. "Well, that's all toes are good for," said Shari. She put her foot in her mouth and went to sleep. No, thought Leslie, they must be good for something. They just have to be. During recess, she asked Dana, "Dana, what do you do with your toes?" "I scratch the back of my legs," said Dana. "First I scratch my left leg with my right foot, then I scratch my right leg with my left foot." "But my legs don't itch," said Leslie. "That's good," said Dana. "In that case, you can scratch my legs. With your help, I can scratch both legs at the same time." "No, never mind," said Leslie. She walked up behind Louis, the yard teacher, and hopped on his shoulder. "Louis," said Leslie, "I don't know what to do with my toes." Louis tugged her foot. "Yes, that is a serious problem," he said. "But I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll take them off your hands for you, or rather, your feet. Just cut them off and give them to me." "What?" Sure. "What?" asked Leslie. "Yeah, same what we're all thinking. You don't want them, so I'll take them. You won't have to worry about them ever again." "No," said Leslie. "I'll give them to Miss Mush," said Louis. "She can make little hot dogs out of them." Miss Mush was the lunch teacher. "No, I'm not going to give my toes away," said Leslie. "All right," said Louis. "I'll give you a nickel apiece for them." "No, you can't have them," said Leslie. "Why not? They're no good to you anyhow. Think of all you can buy for 50 cents. How much was 50 cents in 1978? How much was 50 cents in 1978? Can someone do the math on what the inflation is? Because you can't buy anything for 50 cents. The bell rang. "I'll think it over," said Leslie. She ran back to class. "Mrs. Jules," said Leslie. Well, you don't have to count. $2.54. Wow, that's nothing. Yeah, let me just cause you bodily harm for $2 and I'll pay you $2.54. "Mrs. Jules," said Leslie, "I don't see any good reason for keeping my toes." "Oh, Leslie, I'm sure there are lots of good reasons," said Mrs. Jules. "Well, I can't think of any. My legs don't itch, and I can't get my foot in my mouth. Lewis offered me a nickel apiece for them, and it seems to me like a good deal, but I wanted to check with you first. I think Lewis was pulling your leg, said Mrs. Jules. No, said Leslie, he was pulling my toes. What would he want with your toes? Asked Mrs. Jules. I don't know, said Leslie, but if he's willing to give me 5 cents apiece for them, then I'm going to take him up on them. That's 50 cents. At lunch, Leslie walked up to Lewis. Okay, Lewis, you can have my toes for a nickel apiece. That'll be 50 cents. Not so fast, said Lewis. Let me look at them first. Leslie took off her shoes. Yes, yes, said Lewis. The big ones are good and the ones next to them. But the most I'll give you for the rest of your toes is 3 cents each. Leslie was furious. 3 cents each? You told me 5 at recess. I'll give you 5 cents for the big ones. But look at that scrawny little runt of a toe on the end there. You're lucky to be even getting 3 cents for it. I think you're getting a darn good deal. I happen to like that toe, said Leslie. Fine then, said Lewis. Keep it. I'll just take the 2 big toes and we'll call it square. He reached in his pocket and pulled out a dime. Nothing doing, said Leslie. These toes are sold as a set. It's either all 10 for 50 cents or no deal. What am I going to do with just 8 toes? Then forget it, said Lewis. I'm not going to give you a nickel for those scrawny little end toes. Fine, said Leslie. No deal. My toes will still be here if you change your mind. She turned and walked toward the hopscotch area. Wait, Lewis called. I'll give you $1 each for your pigtails. Leslie turned around and looked at him with fiery eyes. Cut my hair, she exclaimed. Are you crazy? It was probably closer to like $5 if you take that into account. Yeah, increasing prices and everything. Yeah. Dan Schneider be like, oh, drool. Cursed. Very cursed. Chapter 19. Miss Zarves. There is no Miss Zarves. There is no 19th story. Sorry. That's the entire chapter. All right, we are about 2/3 of the way through the book. That's what speedrunning gets us. I feel like I'm going into the super doghouse for my behavior in this chat today. That's right. Get in the ground. All right. Let's keep speedrunning this book. We're on chapter 20. And we've got about 10 more chapters to go. The omlogous hole in the backyard. TM. Alright. Chapter 20. Kathy. Kathy doesn't like you. She doesn't know you, but she still doesn't like you. She thinks you're stupid. In fact, she thinks you're the stupidest person she doesn't know. What do you think of that? She also thinks you're ugly. As a matter of fact, she thinks you're the ugliest person she doesn't know, and she doesn't know a lot of people. Okay, so for once the children is insulting us. She doesn't like the people she knows either. She hates everybody in Mrs. Jules' class. She did like one member of the class. She liked Sammy. She thought he was funny. Sammy was a dead rat. But Kathy has good reason for not liking any of the children she knows. She doesn't like DJ because he smiles too much. She doesn't like John because he can't stand on his head. Kathy once had a cat named Skunks. She liked Skunks, but she was afraid that Skunks would run away. You have nothing to worry about, Kathy, said Mrs. Jules. Skunks won't run away. Just be nice to him and feed him and pet him and he won't run away. He may go out and play, but he'll always come back. No, you're wrong, Mrs. Jules, said Kathy. What do you know? He'll run away. So Kathy kept Skunks locked up in her closet at home. She never let him out and sometimes even forgot to feed him. One day, while Kathy was looking for her other shoe, Skunks ran out of the closet and never came back. "You said he would come back, Mrs. Jules," said Kathy. "He never came back. You were wrong. I was right." That was why Kathy didn't like Mrs. Jules. Next time I get... What the fuck?! Where the fuck is Kathy? I'm throwing hands. You're really gonna throw hands after this. Okay, very 1978 line incoming. "Next time I get a cat, I'll kill him. Then he'll never run away," said Kathy. Hold me back, Yuki, hold me back! What the fuck? What the fuck? Like, yeah, villainous character does villainous things, but like, in a children's book? Moving on. Then there was the time that Damien tried to teach Kathy how to play catch. Damien said, "When I throw the ball, Kathy, try and catch it." "I can't catch it," said Kathy. "I'll just get hurt." "You won't get hurt," Damien insisted. "Just watch the ball." He tossed it to her, but Kathy knew she'd get hurt, so she closed her eyes. The ball hit her on the cheek. It hurt. Kathy began to cry. "You were wrong," she sobbed. "I was right." And that was why Kathy didn't like Damien. Allison believed that if you are nice to someone, then they'll be nice to you. So one day she brought Kathy a cookie. "I don't want your ugly cookie," said Kathy. "It probably tastes terrible." Allison said, "No, it's very good. I made it myself." Kathy said, "If you made it, then it must stink. You can't cook. You're too stupid." She just put the cookie in her desk along with her pencils, crayons, and books. 3 weeks later, Kathy was hungry. "All right, Allison," she said. "I'll try your stupid cookie." She took it out of her desk. It was covered in dust. She bit it. It was hard and tasted terrible. "See," said Kathy. "I was right." That was why Kathy didn't like Allison. Yes, Kathy had very good reasons for not liking anybody she knew. But she also had a very good reason for not liking you, and she doesn't even know you. Her reason is this. She knows that if you ever met her, you wouldn't like her. You don't like Kathy, do you? See? She was right. It's funny how a person can be right all the time and still be wrong. This child is going on a milk carton. We need a Wayside character tier list, and she's going on the ass tier. Tier list is a great idea for the video. Absolutely. Absolutely. Great thinking. Great thinking on that. I would watch that. Yeah, we should definitely do a Wayside tier list. Alright. We are on... She was an instrument of her own destruction. A self-fulfilling prophecy. Chapter 21. Ron. Ron had curly hair and little feet. "I want to play kickball," he said. "You can't play," said Terrence. "Get out of here," said Dee Dee. "Scram," said Jason. "I want to play kickball," said Ron. "Well, you're not playing," said Terrence. "Beat it." Ron stomped across the playground to the hopscotch area. Jenny was playing hopscotch with Lewis. Jenny was on 9. Lewis was still on 4, but it was his turn. "I want to play kickball," Ron said. "So go play kickball," said Lewis. "Terrence won't let me play," said Ron. Lewis walked with Ron to the kickball field. "Hey, what about our hopscotch game?" Jenny asked. "You won," said Lewis. "I just beat Lewis in hopscotch," Jenny announced. Leslie, Rondi, and Allison flocked around her. "Hey, Lewis," Damien shouted. "Do you want to play kickball?" "All right," said Lewis. "Ron and I will both play." "No," said Terrence. "Ron isn't playing." "Anyone who wants to play can play," said Lewis. No, he can't, said Terrence. It's my ball. It isn't your ball, said Lewis. You gave it to me, said Terrence. I gave it to you to share, said Lewis. But if you can't share it, you can't have it. Oh, all right, said Terrence. But I get to pitch. Ron and I will stand everybody, Lewis announced. All right, said Jason. We'll kill them. We'll murder them, said Dee Dee. We'll smash them, said Myron. We'll see, said Lewis. Oh my god. Okay, yeah, children are out for blood. And don't forget to smash that subscribe button. Yeah. Like and subscribe. Ron pitched and Lewis played the... Oh my god, that's my alarm. That's my alarm to get ready for bed. That's how late we've been streaming. To be fair, I also started late, because I had to work late tonight. Ron pitched and Lewis played the other 8 positions. 20 minutes later, they finally got 3 outs. The score was 21-0. Ron was up first. Infield in, shouted Damien. Everybody stood within 10 feet of home plate. All right, Ron, Lewis shouted. Kick it over their heads. Ron kicked the ball only 3.5 feet. Todd picked it up and threw him out. Lewis was up. Everyone ran to the back edge of the outfield. Still, Lewis kicked the ball over their heads for a home run. Everybody ran all the way back in for Ron's up. He kicked the ball only 2 feet. Dee Dee tagged him out. Lewis kicked another home run. Ron then kicked the ball a foot and tripped over it on his way to first base. 3 outs. Ron and Lewis held the other team to only 5 runs the next inning. That was because the bell rang. Lunch was finally over. Lewis and Ron lost 26-2. Ron had had a wonderful time. The next day Ron said, I want to play kickball. You can't play, said Terrence. Get out of here, said Jason. Scram, said Dee Dee. I want to play kickball, Ron told Lewis. Lewis walked with him back to the kickball field. Ron and I will stand all of you. Everybody liked the teams. Ron pitched while Lewis played the other 8 positions. They lost 57-2. After the game, Lewis took Ron aside. Listen, Ron, he said. Why do you always want to play kickball? You can't kick, can't field, you can't even run to first base. You just get smashed every game. Hey, now wait a second, said Ron. Don't go blaming it all on me. You're half the team too, you know. And with that, he punched Lewis in the stomach. And he punched a heck of a lot harder than he kicked. Bottom. Just casually punching people. Sure, why not? I mean, Rondi bit Lewis a couple chapters ago. Okay, chapter 22. The 3 Erics. In Mrs. Jewell's class, there were 3 children named Eric. Eric Fry, Eric Bacon, and Eric Ovens. They were known throughout the school for being fat. Eric Fry sat at this end of this room, Eric Bacon sat in the middle of the room, and Eric Ovens sat at the end of the room. There was a joke around Wayside School that if all 3 Erics were ever at the same end of the room at the same time, the whole school would tip over. Yeah, we're back to insulting children. Oh, so we got the J.K. Rowling chapter. Oh, God. These 3 fat fucking pieces of shit. Eric Bacon hated jokes like that. That's not surprising. After all, he wasn't even fat. In fact, he was the skinniest kid in Mrs. Jewell's class. But nobody seemed to notice. The other 2 Erics were fat, so everyone else just thought that all Erics were fat. "But I'm not fat," Eric Bacon insisted. "What's your name?" asked Jason. "Eric," said Eric Bacon. Eric doesn't even look like a word anymore. "Then you're fat," Jason concluded. And pretty soon, skinny little Eric Bacon, the skinniest kid in Mrs. Jewell's class, had the nickname Fatso. Eric Fry really was fat. He was also the best athlete in Mrs. Jewell's class. His body was solid muscle. However, nobody ever noticed. The other 2 Erics weren't very good at sports. Eric Ovens was clumsy. Eric Fatso Bacon was a good athlete for his size, but because he was so skinny, he didn't have much power. So naturally, everybody just assumed that Eric Fry was also clumsy and weak. After all, his name was Eric. Whenever the other kids chose up teams, Eric Fry was the last one picked. They never noticed his home runs or the fabulous catches he made. Like all great athletes, he made the impossible look easy. Of course, the other kids did notice the one time he dropped the ball. Eric Fry was playing right field. Tara belted a deep fly to the left. Eric Fry raced all the way across the field after the ball and at the last second dived at it. He caught it in midair on his fingertips, but as he hit the ground, the ball squirted loose. "Well, what do you expect from Butterfingers?" said Stephen. And since that time, Eric Fry has had the nickname Butterfingers. Eric Ovens was the nicest person in Mrs. Jewell's class. He treated everyone equally and always had a kind word to say. But because his name was Eric, everyone thought he was mean. Fatso was mean because everyone called him Fatso. Butterfingers was mean because he always had to play right field. So naturally, everyone just assumed that Eric Ovens was also mean. They called him Crabapple. "Good morning, Allison," said Eric Ovens. "How are you?" "Lay off, Crabapple, will ya?" answered Allison. "If you don't have something nice to say, don't say anything at all." All 3 of the Erics had nicknames. It was better that way. Otherwise, when someone said, "Hey, Eric," no one knew to whom he was talking. One time, all the Erics would answer, and the next time none of them would answer. But when someone said, "Hey, Crabapple," then Eric Ovens knew they were talking to him. And if someone said, "Hey, Butterfingers," Eric Fry knew they meant him. And when someone said, "Hey, Fatso," Eric Bacon knew that he was being called. This Eric is gonna have so many fucking body identity issues in the future, it's fucking insane. A man in a suit and Mrs. Jewell's earpiece just says, "Call the child fat." The school is a CIA psyop. The school is like where you go to learn gaslighting. Oh, man. Gaslight gatekeep Jewel boss. Every single one of these kids grew up to be exceptionally cruel CIA operatives. Yeah. Yeah. Chapter 23, Allison. Allison had pretty blonde hair and always wore a sky blue windbreaker. Her windbreaker was the same color as her eyes. She was best friends with Rondi. Rondi had blonde hair too, but she was missing her 2 front teeth. Allison had all of her teeth. Allison used to say that she knocked Rondi's teeth out. Allison was very pretty, so all the boys in Mrs. Jewell's class teased her, especially Jason. But Allison said, "Leave me alone or I'll knock your teeth out like I did Rondi's." The boys didn't bother her after that. One day, Allison brought a tangerine for lunch. She took the peel off in one piece. Miss Mush, the lunch teacher, walked up to her. "Allison, may I have your tangerine?" she asked. Miss Mush always gave food to the children, so Allison was happy to give her tangerine to Miss Mush. Miss Mush shoved it in her mouth and swallowed it in less than 4 seconds. Allison left the lunchroom and walked down to the library. The lunchroom was on the 15th story. The library was on the 7th. Allison already had her book. She just went to the library because it was nice and quiet there. The librarian walked up to Allison. "What are you reading?" she asked. Allison told her the name of the book. "That sounds like a good book," said the librarian. "I never read that one." There's a typo here. It's instead of "I never read that one," it says never read that one. Like J never read that one. That's so funny. "I never read that one. May I borrow it?" The librarian always lent books to the children. Allison was glad to be able to return the favor. She gave the librarian the book, then walked down the stairs outside to the playground. All of Allison's friends were playing freeze tag. Allison didn't feel like playing. She reached into the pocket of her sky blue windbreaker and took out a tennis ball. She bounced it a couple times on the ground. Lewis came up to her. "Hi, Allison," he said. "May I play with your tennis ball?" Lewis always gave balls to the children. Allison happily gave her ball to Lewis. Lewis threw the ball all the way to the other side of the playground. Then he went chasing after it. Allison didn't feel like doing anything. Jason ran up and tagged her. "You're frozen," he said. "Get out of here before I knock your teeth out," said Allison. Jason shrugged his shoulders and left. Allison went back inside and up the 30 flights of stairs to Mrs. Jewell's room. The lunch period wasn't over yet, but Allison didn't feel like doing anything else. She had given her food to the lunch teacher, her book to the librarian, and her ball to the yard teacher. She went inside her classroom. Mrs. Jewell was there. "Oh, Allison, I'm glad you're here," said Mrs. Jewell. "I'm having trouble with an arithmetic problem. Maybe you can help." "Sure," said Allison. Mrs. Jewell always helped the children with their problem. Allison was happy to help. "How do you spell chair?" asked Mrs. Jewell. "Chair," said Allison. "Yes, that's right," said Mrs. Jewell. "I knew it wasn't CHARE, but I couldn't remember what it was." "That's not an arithmetic problem," said Allison. "That's spelling." "Yes, you're right again," said Mrs. Jewell. "I always get the two mixed up." The bell rang. The lunch period was over. Allison could hear the other children running up the stairs. "Allison," said Mrs. Jewell, "you learned a very important secret today, and I don't want you to tell any of the other children, not even Rondi." "What was that?" asked Allison. She didn't even know she had learned a secret. She loved secrets. "You learned that children are really smarter than their teachers," said Mrs. Jewell. "Oh, that's no secret," said Allison. "Everybody knows that." I mean, the J. The J. Oh, we're on to chapter 24, Damien. Oh, 6 more chapters, and then we're done with the book, and we can reflect. There's still some kids we haven't met yet. So, that's exciting. One kid is going to die, and it is you! Chapter 24, Damien. And Damien is spelled not like how you think it's spelled. It's spelled Damien like an evolution. Dameon, which is not the spelling of Damien that I'm used to at the very least. Damien had hazel eyes with a little black dot in the middle of each of them. Damien. Damien. Meown. Meown. Damien had hazel eyes with a little black dot in the middle of each of them. The dots were called pupils. So was Damien. He was a pupil in Mrs. Jewell's class. Mrs. Jewell was about to show the class a movie. She turned out the lights. When it was dark, Damien's pupils got bigger. "Damien," said Mrs. Jewell, "run downstairs and ask Lewis if he'd like to see the movie with us." Damien ran down the 30 flights of stairs to the playground. He stepped outside as Lewis was hooking up a tetherball. "Hey, Lewis," Damien called. "Do you want to see a movie in Mrs. Jewell's class?" Lewis rubbed his chin. "What movie?" he asked. Damien shrugged his shoulders. I don't know, he said. I'll be right back. Damien ran all the way back up the stairs to the 30th story. Lewis wants to know, what movie? Said Damien. Does he want to know the name of the movie, or what the movie is about? Asked Mrs. Jules. I don't know, said Damien. I'll ask him. Damien raced back down the stairs and out to the playground. Lewis, do you want to know the name of the movie, or what the movie is about? He asked. The name, said Lewis. Okay, said Damien. Damien hurried back up the 30 flights of stairs. He took the steps 2 at a time. He wants to know the name, said Damien. Turtles, said Mrs. Jules. Damien turned around, took a deep breath, then ran back down the stairs. Turtles, Damien told Lewis. Hey, that might be good, Lewis said. What's it about? I'm not sure, said Damien. I'll find out. Damien raced back up the stairs, but first he stopped to take a drink of water. What's it about, Mrs. Jules? Asked Damien. Turtles, said Mrs. Jules. Damien raced back down the stairs to tell Lewis. Turtles, said Damien. No thanks, said Lewis. I don't like turtles. They're too slow. Damien lowered his head and slowly walked up the 30 flights of stairs. His legs were sore, he could hardly breathe, and his side ached. By the time he got to Mrs. Jules' class, the movie was over. All right, class, said Mrs. Jules. I want everybody to take out a piece of paper and pencil and write down something about turtles. Damien had missed the movie, but he still could have written something about turtles. Turtles are too slow, but now he couldn't find his pencil. It just wasn't his day. What's the matter, Damien? Asked Mrs. Jules. I can't find my pencil, said Damien. Class, Damien's pencil is missing, Mrs. Jules announced. What did it look like, Damien? She asked. It was long and yellow, said Damien. It had a black point at one end and a red eraser at the other. I found it, said Todd. Here by the blackboard. Yes, that's it, said Damien. No, there it is, in the corner by the waste paper basket, said Crabapple. Maybe that's it, said Damien. Here it is, said John. It's been in my desk the whole time. No, here it is in my hand, said Joe. I found it, said Rondi. Here it is, said Allison. I have it, laughed DJ. I found it, said Myron. Which one is yours, Damien? Asked Mrs. Jules. Damien studied each pencil. They all look like mine, he said. Fortunately, at that moment, Lewis walked into the classroom. He handed Damien a pencil. You dropped this when you were telling me about the movie, said Lewis. Thanks, said Damien. Okay, class. So, said Mrs. Jules, so that we have no more mix-ups, I want everybody to write his name on his pencil. Damien spent the rest of the day trying to write his name on his pencil. Damien's pencil couldn't write on itself. It was just like his beautiful hazel eyes with the black dots in the middle. They could see everything except themselves. Every child in this class has been lobotomized. I'd be so afraid of what a movie in this class would be. It would just be Pennywise lunging out of the TV screen and pulling a child in or something. Yeah. But it was turtles! And it was about, who would have guessed, turtles! I like turtles. God. Chapter 25, Jenny. Teenage Meanage Needle Teetles. Jenny came to school on the back of her father's motorcycle. Who is taking their kid to school on a motorcycle? Anyway, she was late. Wayside school began at 9 o'clock. It was almost 9:30. 9 to 2. These kids have less than a 6-hour day at school. They have a 5-hour day at school. And Todd's only getting a 3-hour day. When I went to school, school was like 8 hours. School was a full-time job. Bad to the bone. She kissed her father goodbye and raced up the 30 flights of stairs to Mrs. Jewell's room. I'm sorry I'm late, Mrs. Jewells, but my father's motorcycle lost the... There was nobody there. The room was empty. Hello, hello, she cried. Mrs. Jewells? Dana? Todd? Anyone? There was no one in the room. Maybe I'm early, Jenny thought. She looked up at the clock. It was exactly 9:30. Oh, I hope they didn't go on a field trip without me. She looked out the window. Nobody was there, not even Lewis. Jenny didn't know what to do. She sat down at her desk. She watched the second hand go around the clock. I might as well catch up on my spelling, she thought. She opened her desk and took out her speller. M-U-D spells mud. Where is everybody? B-L-O-O-D spells blood. I hope nothing happened to them. B-L-A-C-K spells black. Jenny heard footsteps coming down the hall. She began to work very fast. H-A-C-K spells hack. S-M-A-C-K spells smack. Someone opened the door. Jenny turned around. Ack! He was a man Jenny had never seen before. He had a black mustache and a matching attaché case. Jenny jumped out of her seat. Get back in your seat, the man said. Jenny slowly sat down. The man walked over and sat down in Dana's seat, facing Jenny. He opened his attaché case and removed some papers. What is your name? He asked her. Jenny, Jenny whispered. Jenny, the man repeated as if he didn't believe her. Well, it's actually Jennifer. Jenny for short, said Jenny. I see, said the man. He took the speller from Jenny's desk. Jenny's name was written across the top. He put the speller in his attaché case. What are you doing here, Jennifer? He asked. This is my classroom, said Jenny. Are you sure? The man asked. Yes, I think so. I mean... Where is the rest of your class? The man asked. I don't know, said Jenny. Maybe they went on a field trip. No, said the man. They didn't go on a field trip. Well, I don't know where they are, Jenny cried. I was half an hour late today, and when I got here, everybody was gone. Really, did something happen to them? The man didn't answer her. He wrote something on a piece of paper. Tell me something, Jennifer. When you came to school today and saw that nobody was here, weren't you somewhat puzzled? Yes, said Jenny. What happened to them? If you were really so concerned and so puzzled, said the man, why did you work on spelling? I don't know, said Jenny. It would seem to me, the man said, that if a child came to school and nobody was there, she might play games, or walk around, or go home, but certainly not work on spelling. Jenny started to cry. I didn't know what to do. I was late and had to ride on a motorcycle, and nobody was here, and now you're asking me all kinds of questions, and I'm afraid of what has happened to Dana and Mrs. Jewells and Rondi and Allison. The man didn't understand a word she said. Jenny heard more footsteps. The man got up and opened the door. 2 more men came in. One had a black mustache like the first man. The other man was bald. Jenny was frightened by them. Does she know? Asked the newcomer with the mustache. She claims she knows nothing, the first man answered. She says she was late today, and when she got here everybody was gone. Do you believe her? Asked the man with the bald head. I'm not sure. She was working on her speller when I walked in. He reached into his attaché case and took out Jenny's speller. He handed it to the man with the bald head. The bald man read Jenny's name across the top of it. Tell me, Jenny, he said. Why are you the only one here? I don't know, said Jenny. Has this ever happened before? He asked. No, never. He gave Jenny her speller. Put this inside your desk. Jenny put it away. I'm satisfied, said the man with the bald head. Okay, Jennifer, said the first man. You may go now. Jenny got out of her seat. Jenny, the bald man called. Jenny turned around slowly. Yes, she whispered. Next time, don't come to school on a Saturday. Why is the CIA there on a Saturday? Like, why the CIA? Why is it so weird? Why is people she doesn't know at the school on a Saturday? That's what I want to know. This book is so buck fucking wild. It really is. Chapter 26. Terrence. Terrence was a good athlete but a bad sport. Rondi and Allison were playing two-square with a red ball. Can I play? Asked Terrence. No, Allison replied. You have to let me play, Terrence said. Lewis says we have to share the balls. Well, we're not sharing with you, said Allison. Oh, let him play, said Rondi. All right, said Allison. We'll play three-square. You better play right. I will, said Terrence. Allison bounced the ball to Rondi. Rondi bounced it over to Terrence. Terrence caught it and kicked it over the fence. You have to go get it, said Allison. Shut up, Dixie Cup, Terrence answered. Rondi ran and told Lewis. DJ and Damien were playing basketball. Uh-oh, here comes Terrence, said Damien. Hey, let me play, said Terrence. Get lost, Terrence, said Damien. You have to share the balls. Lewis says so, said Terrence. Okay, but just throw it in the basket. Don't kick it, said Damien. I won't, said Terrence. First, Damien took a shot. It bounced off the backboard and through the hoop. Next, DJ took a shot. He threw it underhand, way up in the air. It came down through the hoop without touching the rim. Then Terrence took a shot. He kicked it over the fence. You idiot, said Damien. Take a train, peanut brain, Terrence answered. DJ went and told Lewis. Stephen, Calvin, Joe, John, and Leslie were playing Spud. Stephen was it. Everyone else had a number. Stephen had to throw the ball up in the air and call out a number. The person who had that number had to try and catch it. Can I play? Asked Terrence. No, said Calvin. You'll just kick the ball over the fence. No, said Joe. No way, said John. No, said Leslie. Sure, said Stephen. Newcomers are it. He gave the ball to Terrence. Just throw the ball up in the air and call out a number between 1 and 5. Okay, said Terrence. The children formed a circle around Terrence. 1,000,000, yelled Terrence, and he kicked the ball over the fence. What did you do that for? Asked Stephen. Eat a frog, warthog, said Terrence. Stephen ran and told Lewis. Terrence looked around. There was nothing to do. There were no balls left. Lewis walked up to him. He was followed by Allison, Rondi, Damien, DJ, Stephen, Calvin, Joe, John, and Leslie. What's the matter, Terrence? Asked Lewis. There are no balls, said Terrence. Do you have a green ball? No, said Lewis. All of my balls have mysteriously disappeared. Darn it, said Terrence. There's nothing left to kick. Nothing left to kick? Asked Lewis. Oh, I don't know about that. What do you think, Rondi? Is there anything left to kick? Rondi thought a moment. Then she smiled. She was missing her 2 front teeth. Yes, there is something left to kick, she said. Well, where is it? Asked Terrence. Let me check with Allison, said Lewis. Allison, is there anything left to kick? He winked at her. There sure is. What? Asked Terrence. How about you, Damien? Asked Lewis. Can you think of anything? Damien nodded his head yes. Well, what is it? Asked Terrence. He couldn't wait. DJ, we got anything to kick around here? Asked Lewis. DJ smiled. Yes, we do, he said. Give it to me, Terrence demanded. I don't know if I should, said Lewis. What do you think, Calvin? Should I give it to him? I think you should, said Calvin. You heard Calvin, said Terrence. Give it to me. Not so fast, said Lewis. Leslie, should I give it to him? Oh, yes. I think he deserves it, said Leslie. Give it to me, give it to me, Terrence repeated. Do you also think he deserves it, Joe? Asked Lewis. Yes, I think so, said Joe. What about you, John? Asked Lewis. Definitely give it to him, John answered. Come on, said Terrence. Recess is almost over. We'll leave it up to Stephen, said Lewis. Whatever he says goes. Let him have it, said Stephen. You heard him, Lewis, said Terrence. Let me have it. Okay, said Lewis. He picked Terrence up and kicked him over the fence. Isn't there someone named Terrence? Yeah, one of my VTuber friends is named Terrence. All right, we are on chapter 27, Joy. All right. We got 3 more chapters to go. We've got Joy, Nancy, Stephen, and then the final chapter is Lewis. Chapter 27, Joy. Joy had forgotten her lunch at home. It was lunchtime. She was hungry. She didn't have a meal ticket. If she had had a meal ticket, she could have had a lunch from Miss Mush, the lunch teacher. She'd have to be terribly hungry to eat a lunch made by Miss Mush. Even an empty brown paper sack would taste better, but that's how hungry Joy was. Damien hadn't forgotten his lunch. He had brought a lovely turkey sandwich, a big piece of chocolate cake, and a crisp red apple. All he needed was a glass of milk. He could get that from Miss Mush. Miss Mush didn't know how to ruin milk. Damien left his lunch on his desk and went to the end of the milk line. Joy didn't waste any time. She reached into Damien's sack and took out the apple, but then she spotted the turkey sandwich. She took back the apple, took the sandwich, and noticed the chocolate cake. She put back the sandwich and took out the cake. But then Joy had second thoughts. She put back the cake. Then she grabbed Damien's whole lunch. First she ate the sandwich. It was in a baggie. When she finished the sandwich, she placed the baggie on Jason's desk. Next she ate the chocolate cake. It was wrapped in wax paper. She put the wax paper on Allison's desk. She ate the apple last. She placed the apple core on Dee Dee's desk. Then she put the empty sack on Calvin's desk. Damien returned with his glass of milk. Mrs. Jules, my lunch is gone, he called. I wonder where it could be, said Mrs. Jules. Calvin took it, said Joy. There's the empty sack on his desk. Good work, Joy, said Mrs. Jules. Calvin, I'm ashamed of you. She wrote Calvin's name on the blackboard under the word discipline. Look, the baggie from Damien's turkey sandwich is on Jason's desk, Joy called. Very good, Joy, said Mrs. Jules. But how did you know that Damien had a turkey sandwich? I'm just smart, said Joy. Mrs. Jules wrote Jason's name on the blackboard under Calvin's. And there's the wax paper from the delicious chocolate cake on Allison's desk, Joy announced. Joy had chocolate all around her lips. Allison stood firm. She looked into Mrs. Jules' eyes. I didn't eat his cake, she said. The evidence is there on your desk, said Mrs. Jules. Joy spotted it. She wrote Allison's name under Jason's. Damien's apple core is on Dee Dee's desk, said Joy. Very good, Joy, said Mrs. Jules. She wrote Dee Dee's name under Allison's. Damien, I think you ought to thank Joy, said Mrs. Jules. She solved the mystery. Thank you, Joy, said Damien. Just then Lewis, the yard teacher, walked in. I have your lunch, Joy, he said. Your mother brought it. You left it at home. You mean you didn't have a lunch? Asked Mrs. Jules. You must be very hungry. No, said Joy, not really. Since Damien didn't get to eat, he can have it. Thanks a lot, said Damien. You're the greatest. He ate Joy's lunch, an old bologna sandwich, and a dried-up carrot. Joy, for being such a good detective, and for being so generous with your lunch, you may help yourself to a Tootsie Roll Pop, said Mrs. Jules. They are in the coffee can on top of my desk. Joy took one. Then, when Mrs. Jules wasn't looking, she took another. Calvin, Jason, Allison, and Dee Dee had their names on the blackboard under the word discipline, but they were good at the rest of the day, so at 2 o'clock Mrs. Jules erased them. They forgot all about the whole thing. Damien had a lousy lunch instead of a great lunch, but 5 minutes later it didn't make any difference. He couldn't taste it anymore, and he was full. He went outside to play basketball and forgot about the whole thing. Joy had a great lunch and 2 Tootsie Roll Pops. But 5 minutes later, it didn't make any difference. She couldn't taste it anymore, and she was full. And at dinner time, she was hungry, just the same. But then a horrible thing happened. Joy couldn't forget about filching Damien's lunch. And for the rest of the year, every turkey sandwich, piece of chocolate cake, apple, and Tootsie Roll Pop tasted like Miss Mush's porridge. So the moral of the story is, don't steal from your classmates. Don't steal the literal food out of their mouths. All right, we're on to chapter 28, Nancy. This chapter's transgender. This chapter's transgender. Oh my god. Hold on. You guys are gonna like this. This chapter's trans. Like, in a good way, too. Chapter 28, Nancy. Nancy had big hands and big feet. He didn't like his name. He thought it was a girl's name. None of the other children in Mrs. Jules' class thought that Nancy's name was odd. They didn't think of it as a girl's name or a boy's name. Nancy was just the name of the quiet kid with the big hands and feet who sat over there in the corner next to John. Nancy was very quiet and shy. He was ashamed of his name. He had only one friend, a girl who went to class on the 23rd story of Wayside School. They were friends for a good reason. He didn't know her name, and she didn't know his. They just called each other, "Hey, you," or just plain you. Nancy was afraid to ask his friend what her name was, because then he might have to tell her his name. He could never figure out why she never asked, but he was happy to just leave well enough alone. One morning, Nancy and his friend were late. When they got to the 23rd story, his friend's teacher was waiting outside. "Hurry up! You're late, Mac," said the teacher. Nancy's friend turned red. She didn't move. "Come on, Mac! Shake a leg! Get the lead out!" said the teacher. "Your name is Mac," said Nancy. Mac was very pretty. She had red hair and freckles. She covered her face and ran into the room. "My name is Nancy!" Nancy called after her. Mac stepped back outside. "I was ashamed to tell you my name," she said. "Me too," said Nancy. "Nancy's a girl's name." "Oh, I think it's cute," said Mac. "I like the name Mac," said Nancy. "Mac is a boy's name," said Mac. "My mother has a rich aunt named Nancy," said Nancy. "That's why she gave me the name. My mother once had a dog named Mac," said Mac. "Hey, do you want to trade?" Nancy asked. "Can we?" asked Mac. "I don't see why not," said Nancy. "Okay," said Mac. They both spun around 100 times in opposite directions until they were so dizzy that they fell over. When they stood up, Mac was Nancy and Nancy was Mac. They said goodbye. Then Mac ran up to Mrs. Jules' room. He was no longer shy. "Hi, everybody. My name's Mac," he announced. "I traded names." He held out his big hand. Todd jumped up and shook it. "Hi, Mac," he said. "Glad to meet ya." "How you doing, Mac?" said Ron. "Howdy, Mac," said Terrence. "Nice to see you, Mac," said BB. "You traded names?" asked Jason. Jason didn't like his name either. "That's right, Jason, old boy," said Mac. "Is that allowed?" asked Jason. "Why not?" said Mac. "Hey, anybody want to trade?" Jason called. I'll trade with you, said Terrence. He didn't like his name either. Wait, I'll trade with you, Terrence, said Mauricia. Mauricia didn't like her name. No, he's trading with me, said Jason. I'll trade with you, Mauricia, said Damien. No thanks, said Mauricia. I'll trade with you, Damien, said Mrs. Jules. No, I want to be Mrs. Jules, said Stephen. And it turned out that nobody in Mrs. Jules' class liked his name. The children all spun around in different directions until they got so dizzy that they fell over. And when they stood up again, nobody knew who anybody was. What are we going to do, Mrs. Jules? Asked Leslie, who was really Eric Bacon. My name is not Mrs. Jules, it's Mauricia, answered Terrence, who was really Jason. It's not, I'm Mauricia, said Dee Dee, who was really Joe. You're both wrong, said Mauricia. I'm Mrs. Jules. This went on for an hour. At last they finally figured out who the real Rondi was. She was missing her 2 front teeth. After they figured out Rondi, they were able to get Allison pretty easily. And then from there they got DJ, Damien, and Mrs. Jules. She was the oldest one. Eventually they figured out who everybody really was. They still had some difficulty deciding which Eric was which, and actually they are still not absolutely sure. Everybody just decided to keep their own name. The children didn't like them, but it made things much easier. Mac and Nancy kept their new names. But when they were together, they still called each other, Hey You, or just plain You. Do you see what I mean about it being, like, vaguely transgender? Like, oh, I have gender dysphoria. Let me do something gender affirming to reaffirm how I feel about myself and my identity. Like, that's a very common trans experience. That's really interesting. That this book has like a trans allegory in it. You're right, though, right? All right, we are on chapter 29, the penultimate chapter, and then we can reflect on this bonkers-ass book. Chapter 29, Stephen. Stephen had green hair. He had purple ears and a blue face. He wore his sister's pink dancing shoes and a green leotard. The leotard matched his hair. He was all dressed up as a goblin for Mrs. Jules' Halloween party. But unfortunately, it wasn't Halloween. Ha ha, you sure look stupid, said Jason. Jason was Stephen's best friend. So do you, said Stephen. Boy, are you dumb, said Jenny. Halloween is on Sunday. Today is only Friday. You're the one who's dumb, said Stephen. Ha ha, you'd probably come to school on Sunday. Mrs. Jules said we'd have the party today. But none of the other children wore costumes, only Stephen. All right, class, said Mrs. Jules. It's time for our Halloween party. See, said Stephen. Mrs. Jules gave each child a cookie that looked like an orange witch with a black hat. She laughed when she saw Stephen and forgot to give him one. Stephen didn't ask for it. He was afraid that she'd laugh again. The children finished their cookies in less than 30 seconds. All right, class, said Mrs. Jules. The party is over. We have a lot of work to do. Stephen felt like a fool. The party lasted less than a minute, and he had to spend the rest of the day wearing his stupid goblin suit. Look, Stephen's wearing his sister's leotard, laughed Dana. They're green, just like his hair, said Fatso. Everybody laughed. Mrs. Jules began the arithmetic lesson. She wrote on the blackboard, 2 + 2 = 5. That's wrong, Joy shouted. Mrs. Jules tried again. 2 + 2 = 3. That wasn't right either. She added 2 and 2 again and got 43. It was useless. No matter how hard she tried, she could not get 2 + 2 to equal 4. I don't understand it, she said. They've always equaled 4 before. Suddenly she screamed. The chalk turned into a squiggling worm. She dropped it on her foot. Then, All the lights went out and the blackboard lit up like a movie screen. A woman appeared on the screen. She had a long tongue and pointed ears. She stepped off the screen and into the classroom. It was the ghost of Mrs. Gorf. Mrs. Gorf ran her fingernails across the blackboard. "Trick or treat, you rotten kids," she said. "Now I'll get even with every last one of you. Where's Todd?" "Who's that?" asked Mrs. Jules. "Mrs. Gorf," said Damien. "Who's Mrs. Gorf?" asked Mrs. Jules. "She was the meanest teacher we ever had," said Rondi. "What happened to her?" asked Mrs. Jules. "Louis ate her," said Jason. "Well, I'm not going to allow this," said Mrs. Jules. "Get out of my classroom," she demanded. "It's Halloween, sweet teacher," said Mrs. Gorf. "Ghosts can go anywhere they like. I've come for a little class reunion." "But it isn't Halloween," said Mrs. Jules. "Halloween is still only 2 days away." "I know," said Mrs. Gorf, "but Halloween falls on a Sunday this year, so we are celebrating it on the Friday before." Yeah, that's the logic. Stephen leaped up from his seat. "See, I was right," he said. "Today is the day we should celebrate it. The Friday before. Mrs. Gorf proved it." He ran up to Mrs. Gorf. "They all laughed at me and made me feel stupid because I was the only one who got dressed up, but they were the ones who were wrong. You and I are right." He put his arms around Mrs. Gorf and hugged her. Mrs. Gorf gasped and disappeared. The lights came back on. Mrs. Jules picked up the piece of chalk from the floor. She wrote on the blackboard, 2 + 2 = 4. "That's good," she said. "When 2 + 2 doesn't equal 4, anything can happen." All the children who had laughed at Stephen now called him a hero, but they told him to change out of his stupid costume. So at lunch, Stephen went home, washed up, and changed. He came back wearing blue jeans and a polo shirt. Of course, his hair was still green. It always was. Wee-oo. Okay, we are on the final chapter. We are on the final chapter of the first Wayside School book. What have you guys thought of it so far? Like, what do we think? Because, like, my thoughts so far are that I feel like it's whimsical. I feel like it's whimsical and it's silly, and it is like a hole punch of the time it was made, but I don't think it's really, it's creative. It's creative. I think that maybe some of the things that we think are like bad about it are maybe more trying to meet the kids on their level, if that makes sense. Like, meet the kids where they're at and show the kids that, like, hey, yeah, this is something that exists and you're not crazy for noticing it. Like, it is unfair how Todd is being treated. That is unfair. It's unfair. But the book highlighting that isn't quite so much like isn't like decrying it or like criticizing that it's happening as much as it is validating the experience. You know what I mean? So I think this would be like a really validating book for a kid, especially to be told like, hey, you know, ultimately there is a message of kids do know things, you know? So it's interesting. It's definitely really interesting. But also I think that maybe like the sign of the timesiness of it isn't quite nearly as much as like we meme as it is, you know? But yeah. All right, we are on to chapter 30. Lewis. Lewis had a red face and a mustache of many colors. He was the yard teacher at Wayside School. It was his job to see that the children didn't have too much fun during lunch and recess. And, if you haven't already guessed it, he is the one who wrote this book. Oh, author insert! On June 10th, there was a blizzard. Lewis was afraid that the children would have too much fun, so nobody was allowed outside. Class, said Mrs. Jules, after you finish your lunch today, come back up to the classroom. You are not allowed outside. The children all went to the lunchroom. Miss Mush had made tuna surprise. They looked at it, then hurried back up the stairs. There was nothing to do. Now, class, said Mrs. Jules, I know that you are all bored, but I have a special surprise for you. I hope it's better than the tuna surprise, said Mauricia. Mrs. Jules continued, Lewis is going to come up and entertain us. He will tell us a story. Now I want you all to be on your best behavior. When Lewis walked in, all the children booed. Are you going to tell us a story? Asked Beebe. Yes, said Lewis. Well, it better be good, Beebe warned. It better be better than the tuna surprise, said Butterfingers. I thought the tuna surprise was good, said Lewis. You'd eat dirt if they put enough ketchup on it, said Mac. Hey, everybody, be quiet, said Todd. Let him tell the story. Not too loud, Lewis, said Shari. I'm trying to get some sleep. Lewis sat in the middle of the room, and all the children gathered around. Lewis began his story. This is a story about a school very much like this one. But before we get started, there's something you ought to know so that you don't get confused. In this school, every classroom is on the same story. Which one? The 18th? Asked Jenny. No, said Lewis. They're all on the ground. The school is only 1 story high. Not much of a school, laughed Damien. Lewis continued. Now you might think the children there are strange and silly. That's probably true. However, when I told them stories about you, they thought you were strange and silly. Us? The children answered. How are we strange? I'm normal, said Stephen. Aren't I? As normal as I am, Joe assured him. The children at that school must be crazy, said Leslie. Real Lulus, Mauricia agreed. Tell us about them, Lewis, Beebe demanded. For one thing, Lewis said, none of these children has ever been turned into an apple. That's silly, said Dee Dee. Everybody's been turned into an apple. It's part of growing up. Lewis continued. Dead rats don't walk into classrooms wearing raincoats. What do they wear? Tuxedos? Asked Todd. And girls never try to sell their toes, Lewis added. Well, no wonder, said Leslie. At today's prices. Lewis continued. They don't trade names or read upside down. They can't turn mosquito bites into numbers. They don't count the hairs on their heads. The walls don't laugh, and 2 + 2 always equals 4. How horrible, said Damien. That's not the worst of it, said Lewis. They have never tasted Mauricia-flavored ice cream. A hush fell over the classroom. Mrs. Jules, I'm scared, said Allison. Is there really a school like that? Of course not, said Mrs. Jules. Lewis was just telling a story. It was a good story, said Leslie. I thought it was stupid, said Kathy. I liked it, said Rondi. It was funny. Mrs. Jules said, Lewis, it was a very entertaining story, but we don't really go in for fairy tales here. I'm trying to teach my class the truth. That's all right, said Lewis. I have to go down to room 29 now and tell them a story. He started out the door. Class, said Mrs. Jules, let's all thank Lewis for his wonderful story. Everybody booed. And that's the end. That's the end of my lovely 90-page ebook that I got from my local public library. We did it! We did it! At exactly 4 hours, we did it! We did it! NFL theme. Oh, man. That was kind of a marathon. That was kind of a marathon. So, closing thoughts. This is a book club after all. I think it's whimsical. I'm not entirely sure what, like, my full thoughts are. But I think it's whimsical, I think it's silly, and I think part of the reason why it has, like, the staying power and the popularity that it had is because it meets kids at their level without being a little too outlandish, you know? Like, really normal situations, like your dog getting hit by a car, are treated with the whimsy of, like, teaching responsibility through the air of being class president. You know what I mean? And I think that's something that the book does pretty right. I do think that some of the stuff is maybe a little dated, like, there's definitely an emphasis on, like, authority that maybe doesn't need to be there. But also, like, the book literally starts by being like, hey, this is a mean teacher, this is a nice teacher, and yeah, it's definitely a little subversive, yeah. One of the chapters was literally trans, so that's gonna get a whole section in the video. Yeah, it's interesting. It's really interesting. And I'm really interested to see how it's gonna differ in the cartoon. So, yeah. That's really all my closing thoughts. Yeah, it was interesting. I had fun. My face kind of hurts from, like, reading out loud for so long. But I had fun. I thought this was a fun stream. I hope that you guys enjoyed it. Like, I know I wasn't maybe quite as interactive with chat as I usually am, because I was reading, and I was trying to get this done in, like, not 4 hours, but we stay silly, we do what we gotta do. I definitely don't think I can read books that are much longer than this, without going into, like, 6 or 7 hours. And I definitely don't want to do, like, that in one sitting. So I think this is probably gonna be our, like, maximum length we can do for a book. For Nostalgia Book Club. So if anyone has any that they want to recommend for Nostalgia Book Club, keep in mind this is kind of about our maximum. But yeah. Anything can happen in a school that was mixed up the day it was built. That's the tagline for this. It's really cute. It's really cute. I thought it was cute. I thought it was charming. I thought it was fun. I liked it. I think that there's a reason why me and other people have nostalgia for it. So, yeah. Yeah. Definitely a lot of fun. Yeah, definitely. Alright, gamers. I'm tired. I have work in the morning. I'm gonna sign off, and I will see you guys on Friday for our watch-along stream of Barney's Great Adventure. We're gonna be watching Barney's Great Adventure on the YouTubes, and I will not be wearing my Seifuku for that outfit. I'll be showing off something new that I did for my model. So just one last look. My Seifuku's really cute. Do you guys like it? I'm really, really proud of it. I think it's really adorable. I think it's really cute. I'm really happy with it. Brazil Yuki model? What would Brazil Yuki look like? Yuki Brazil Yuki? Like, what would that look like? Just like me in like a Brazil oh, wait. I could be Brazil Yuki. Hold on. I need to do something really quick. Alright, here I am. Okay. So we got this, right? We got normal Yuki now. This is normal Yuki. Now, I need to check something really quick. I need to grab something. Nope. Hold on. You'll like this, I promise. Okay, I've got it. Hacker voice, I'm in. Alright. And... Brazil! Look at this! Check it out! Everyone be proud of me! Everyone be so proud of me! Wait, no, seriously, I need, like, so much love for this. I did so much troubleshooting to make this happen, and I'm really proud of it. I green screened my tank top. How cool is that? You can see when I toggle it that it's actually like pink. But like that's the color I needed it to be to like green screen it out, to chroma key it out. But this is cool, right? Look at it! It's Brazil! Yuki, Brazil, Yuki! Going to send it to a server with a bunch of Brazilians in it. They'll love it. Do it! We love Brazil! Brazil mentioned! Alright, gamers. I'm exhausted. I'm signing off. Thank you guys all so much for coming by. Thank you all for hanging out with me. I really appreciate each and every one of you taking time out of your day to come spend time with me. I will see you guys on Friday for our watch-along of Barney's Great Adventure. And I will just catch you guys soon. Alright, bye! Bye! I'll see you on the flip side, my Mycelium gang.